I'm calling the meeting to order, so thank you.
Commissioner Matthews.
Here.
Vice.
Present.
Commissioner Vang. Here. Commissioner Nordyke.
Here.
Commissioner Varney.
Here.
Resident Commissioner Villegas is absent. Chair Nishioka.
I'm here. Thank you. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have quite a large crowd. I will just briefly explain because it can get a little confusing. We're having the Salem Housing Authority meeting first, and then after that we will adjourn this meeting. Then we'll have the Urban Renewal Agency meeting. We'll adjourn that one, and then we get to the City Council. I know that when I was in the audience some time ago, it was a little confusing when we had 3 meetings all in a row. So, Vice Chair Gwynn, do you have any additions or deletions for tonight?
There are no additions or deletions.
And do we have any public comment?
It doesn't appear so, but I haven't received the rosters, so I'm not sure.
All right. Thank you. And Vice Chair, do you have a motion for the consent calendar?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Vice Chair Gwynn, seconded by Commissioner Teigen. Will the recorder please, to your motion. Thank you.
Our consent calendar this evening consists of the September 22nd draft Salem Housing Authority minutes and approval of the signing of an office lease agreement with SAFE contract number 7532 for the rental of approximately 2,125 square feet of space on the 6th floor of the Parkway building located at 440 Church Street, Southeast Salem, Oregon for a term of 60 months. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Any questions? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Vang.
Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke.
Aye.
Commissioner Varney.
Aye.
Commissioner Teigen.
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gwynn.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown. Aye. Resident Commissioner Villegas is absent. Chair Nishioka.
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. We don't have any resolutions, or there's no public hearings, no special orders of business, so we are to the information reports, and I believe we have staff coming forward.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Nicole Yates. I'm the Director of Housing for Salem Housing Authority. I hope you all enjoyed this month's program management report. The staff have done a great job highlighting both the challenges and successes throughout September. I want to extend a special thank you to Chief Gerboth and the team from Salem Fire Department who are featured in this month's PMR. We had a very successful and collaborative event at Salem Housing Authority with the help of their team. This partnership means the world to our agency and to the community we serve. The residents and staff at Robert Lindsay Tower and Salem Housing Authority learned valuable fire prevention tools, and it was an excellent example of what collaboration across departments can achieve. The City of Salem is home to many departments that we work closely with each day at Salem Housing Authority, and it truly shows the pride of a city that cares. We frequently hear from housing authorities across the country who are amazed by the level of teamwork and collaboration we have here at Salem Housing Authority. We are a unique entity being attached to a city. It reinforces what we already know: we cannot do this work alone, and that it really does take a village. While I would like to highlight the successes of our agency, I also want to share some of the challenges we are currently navigating. As a data-driven and data-informed agency, we continue to analyze trends and develop innovative and creative solutions. One area I'd like to bring to your attention tonight involves our voucher program waiting list. We are seeing a growing trend of applicants from outside Marion and Polk County areas and even our state applying to our waiting list. Given the high demand for affordable housing locally, it's concerning to see over 1/3 of our applicants coming from outside of the community, and this increases the potential for our limited vouchers to be ported out of Salem, reducing the impact of these resources in our very own community. So a quick snapshot on the data from our most recent waiting list poll of 300 good newsletters. There were 130 applicants that were from outside of Marion and Polk counties or our state. 113 letters were returned as undeliverable, meaning that individuals are not keeping up with providing accurate information to us. And 100 applicants didn't respond at all. 87 applicants responded and are currently in process, and of the 87, 14 were from out of state and 16 from outside of Marion and Polk counties. That's a combined 34% of those who responded. We are closely tracking this latest poll through leasing process to understand how far each applicant progresses. We are also noticing a very similar trend in our affordable housing properties, where some applicants are requesting to transfer their assistance to another state at the time of lease signing, which is not possible within any of our multifamily programs. This situation delays our ability to turn over units or effectively use vouchers and efficiently use vouchers in the community, as staff has to complete the full income interviews before learning the applicant doesn't intend to remain in our area or remain in our housing. It will take some additional time and data tracking to develop effective solutions for this growing challenge, but our team is committed to finding a path moving forward, and we wanted to make you aware. Another growing trend that we have been seeing is with our rent reasonableness. Over this past month, staff have received multiple rent increases requests from landlords who are simply adopting our maximum payment standard listed on our website without providing supporting rent reasonableness documentation. Requests have not differentiated between unit types, meaning is this an apartment, duplex, single-family home, or a triplex, or if they're market comparable. Does it work now? Okay.
Test.
Test. I think this is working now. We'll see if it stays on. In one case, the landlord had doubled the rent once an existing tenant received a voucher. The rent was $900 and without the voucher, and they were trying to accept $2,200 once they received the voucher. These are very alarming to us. This practice conflicts with HUD rent reasonableness requires, and rents for our voucher households must be comparable to those charged in unassisted tenants in similar units. The payment standards is just a benchmark and not a rent ceiling or entitlement. When rents are raised arbitrarily, it inflates the local market rents and reduces the number of households we can serve due to limited federal funding. So we are continuing to closely monitor this information. There are other fairness and legal compliance requirements and broader effects, but we want you to know that we are enforcing rent reasonableness tests for all requested submitted with these extreme rent increases to Here we go again. Sorry. So with that said, our goal is not to penalize landlords, but to maintain program integrity, protect voucher participants, and preserve housing access for as many of our Salem and Keizer households as possible. The agency cannot and should not absorb current market inflation through the voucher program, and we understand how these requests also affect all those that are not receiving voucher assistance with pushing the envelope of our rents going as high as they can. Lastly, I wanted to let you know that we are very aware of the SNAP situation with the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We were notified the day before this went live, and we have taken every action to provide every possible resource and convene individuals in Marion and Polk counties to help provide assistance. We know how this will drastically affect our residents. Am I echoing?
You are.
Sorry. Do you want? Okay. So we're very clear that this is happening, and we're doing everything in our power to plan and prepare as much as possible. Okay. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Member Brown.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Director, thank you for sharing the update with us. My question in regards to SNAP. Are you seeing, well, I know we see the concern already, but can you share a little bit more about the concerns that, I guess your constituents are asking you about? Just kind of go deeper with us in regards to SNAP, because there may be some people in the audience that may not have heard this.
We were already preparing for the HR1 that is upcoming for November 1st, which is going to affect many of our residents already. And then with the news of the November 1st not having any funding for SNAP coming out, it has brought alarm. They don't, many individuals are not quite sure how they're going to make all the bills to make it happen. We're completely willing to work on payment arrangements and methods to try to help people get through the rent cycle for these months in effort that they can try to supplement their food assistance. But we've counted out every MRE that we have, every earthquake ration that we have stockpiled in the event of emergency operations to try to see how we can help assist. But on top of that, there's just a fear of anxiety and stress that's happening right in our community of how they're going to make ends meet.
Follow up? Yeah. In response to that, there's some concerns, legitimate concerns, because we do not know when the federal government is going to reopen again. Is there a number that you can kind of like share with us as to how many residents could potentially lose their housing?
Of our residents, I can tell you that we are status quo for November. All landlords will receive a housing assistance payment, and we do have our funding for November. This is a month-by-month situation. We do have some reserves in place for these exact scenarios, but when we're sending out over $3 million in housing assistance payments monthly, we would not be able to continue that past 1 month, maybe a month and a half after we stop receiving funding from the federal government.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Member Matthews.
I wasn't 100% sure I was following correctly, so if I misstate this, just correct me, because I may have just misunderstood. But it sounded like about 34% of the people they were on our application system, and when it was kind of their time, we were reaching out. Like about 34% were responding. Is that did I mishear that?
So 34% of the individuals are actually from out of this area. This is a growing trend across the United States we're seeing on housing authorities, that people from all across the U.S. are going and applying for every open waiting list, no matter where it is, because there's a portability factor with the vouchering program. They can actually take their voucher from us and port it into anywhere in the United States that is accepting and receiving on the vouchering end. That means that somebody from another state is attempting to receive our voucher and port that out of the area. That is concerning to me because that is a local resource that we've lost for Salem. And so we're data analyzing. This is the first time we've seen this huge jump in increase in being outside of our local community. And so that may be that we come to you or come to a public hearing here in the future that says we may need to add a local preference at this time.
Gotcha. Okay. Can I ask one more question, Chair? The other question was with you mentioned that the increase in rent. So is that at vacancies you're seeing those go up? Because I think my understanding was the state had a limit where your rent couldn't be increased by more than 10% for any existing tenant.
Yes.
Only during vacancy.
So this is, there's an interesting loophole that if you're a voucher holder, even if you're in a low-income housing tax credit or other program, that you can exceed that limit. So
really?
we are looking into action and advocacy around this because we do not feel that it's exactly fair and how that is comparable to what other individuals in the apartment complexes are paying. It's also affecting when you take an apartment from $900 a month and then when they get a voucher, you jump the rent to $2,200 a month. We're basically lost 2 people's housing assistance by just one payment because they're now a voucher. Yes, it's great. We love to work with people and have landlords willing to work with us, but we're also going to push back. If there's no backyard, if there's no garage, if there's not these drastic amenities, you're going to have to prove to us why it's now worth $1,200 more.
Makes sense to me.
Sounds like not only have you been extremely busy, but you're going to be busier while you're trying to get all of this in place. So thank you very much for all that work and updating us on this a little bit concerning news.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Thank you then, everyone. The Salem Housing Authority meeting is adjourned.
Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency for Monday, October 27th, 2025. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Tigan.
Present.
Board Member Nishioka.
Present?
Board Member Matthews.
Here.
Board Member Gwynn.
Here.
Board Member Brown.
Present.
Board Member Vang.
Still here.
Board Member Nordyke.
Here.
Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Here. Councilor Nishioka, any additions or deletions?
We have no additions or deletions for the Urban Renewal Agency.
Is there any public comment? No public comment. Moving on to the consent calendar. Member Nishioka to the consent calendar.
Thank you. I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Gwynn. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. The consent calendar consists of 3.1A minutes from the September 22nd, 2025 Urban Renewal Agency, and the and that's it. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Gwynn.
Aye.
Board Member Brown.
Aye.
Board Member Vang.
Aye.
Board Member Nordyke.
Aye.
Board Member Varney.
Aye.
Board Member Tigan.
Aye.
Board Member Nishioka.
Aye.
Board Member Matthews.
Aye.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Aye. Okay, we have no resolutions. We have no action items, public hearings, special orders of business. On to information reports. Purchases approved administratively from September 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2025. Any thoughts or questions? Okay. Will the recorder please call the roll? Oops. No action. I apologize. Yeah. Okay. Well, if there's nothing further, then this meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency is adjourned.
Mayor, can I please interject for a moment? We're having some issues with the microphones, so if everyone could please put your phones in airplane mode or turn them off entirely, we're hoping that will help with the problem with the mics cutting out. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. I'd like to call to order this meeting of Salem City Council for Monday, October 27, 2025. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Tigan.
Present.
Councillor Nishioka.
I'm here.
Councillor Matthews.
Here.
Councillor Gwynn.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Vang.
Here.
Councillor Nordyke.
Here.
Councillor Varney.
Here.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Here. Councillor Nishioka, do we have any additions or deletions?
Yes. I move to approve additions and deletions for tonight's agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn. Councillor, to your motion.
Thank you, and I hope the city attorney will correct me if I'm making an error in any of this. So our deletion is 3.3A, and we are moving 3.2A to 5F, and we are moving forward 5A, donation and support to occur right after our public comment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second by Matthews. Any comments?
I guess I had already said all of my motion already, so I think we're good with that.
Okay. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Councillor Vang.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, moving on to council and city manager comment. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Councillor Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I think our Salem Housing Authority rightfully brought up the subject of SNAP benefits. With November here approaching fast by the end of the week, residents of Salem are going to continue to be deeply affected by the federal government shutdown, especially our families, our children, seniors, and neighbors who already are or are on the edge of experiencing food insecurities. As a child of refugee parents, I know firsthand that SNAP benefits, that WIC, and my local food pantries help put food on the table to feed me growing up, to help my family fill in the gap between both my parents' paychecks. So my empathy extends to all of those who are suffering because of this shutdown. It is affecting everybody's lives deeply. Yet, despite all of this, I see in our community people who are coming together to help support those in need, from our local businesses hosting their own pop-up food pantry, to our neighbors donating more staples to our food banks, and to our residents who are donating their time and energy to make sure that the food actually gets to where they need to go to feed our children, to feed our seniors, to feed our families. And so Salem is a community of helpers who continue to rise to the occasion and ensure that our neighbors are taken care of. And so for those who are looking for places to go for help, there are several resources here in Salem for you to reach out to. please reach out to Feed Salem, located at 1268 Broadway Street, Northeast. Mano a Mano Family Resource Center on 3850 Portland Road, Northeast. The Salvation Army Food Bank at 1977 Front Street. The Capitol Park Food Pantry on 410 19th Street, Southeast. And Life Essentials at Life Church on 255 College Drive, Northwest. These are just some of the resources in our community that are the helpers. And so I look out into the crowd, to the public, into my community, and I'm so thankful that we live in a place that shows compassion when we need it most. So thank you so much.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I, too, want to follow Councillor Vang's remarks in regards to federal government shutdown. We realize that this is a particular time that is very precarious for a lot of folks in this room and folks who are not in this room. And so my heart does ache for those individuals who find themselves not only in a food line, but looking for help from a variety of different sources. Having said that, I do realize that we do have a population of folks in our city that are still unhoused and they're living on the streets. And that's a part of the conversation I want to lean into tonight, Madam Mayor, in regards to those entities that are definitely trying to help. And when I think of helping those individuals on the streets who are sleeping on the streets, or maybe they have a particular mental health issue or even drug addiction, my heart aches for them. Last week, I found myself walking through Marion Park with the local church, handing out food and just having a conversation with those individuals who are sleeping on the street. And if you live in Ward 5, you'll know, or even in across the river in West Salem, a lot of our homeless folks, when they're not downtown, if those camps are swept, they will move further north, and typically they will find themselves in Ward 5 in Northeast Salem. And so my heart aches because we are still in the same place that we've been in for a very, very, very long time. And when I think about the money that we have thrown at this, we have thrown millions of dollars to help the unsheltered population. And I know we've made some dent in this, but how I see it, we have not had the greatest impact yet. And so when I think about 2 sessions ago, long legislative sessions, it was when Madam Governor, she opted to ask for $300+ million in regards to helping the homeless. $300 million. I'm going to say it again. $300 million, and that is a lot of money. And we are still find ourselves today in that same place. And so I lead into that because I look at the back of this room and I see the fire department and the chief and a lot of his colleagues are there. Kudos to you for always being available. This past month, you opened up your house. You had several open houses, so thank you for being there for our communities. Thank you for sharing your concerns, but also just being visible. So thank you. And one of the last things I'll say in regards to Northeast Salem, there's a lot of trash that is still around our city, and I know that Madam City Manager here, and along with the Council President, is that we are making some strides to keep Salem safe and to keep Salem clean. And that's not easy. It's not easy and it's very expensive. And one of the concerns that I have is that there are several properties within the city limits that are not the responsibility of the City of Salem. They are, in fact, the responsibility of ODOT. These are the state lands. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And so my encouragement to those folks that are here under the sound of my voice is that we can find some compromise to where we can lean in to others and to be there to support our local neighbor. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Nishioka.
Yes, thank you very much. I know that myself and Councillor Barney and Councillor Tigan had the opportunity to go to the groundbreaking for the new apartments called the Citizens Apartments on High Street, right downtown. This will be another opportunity for some housing to go in with 15% of those houses in affordability. And so we're looking forward to this additional residence opportunity downtown. So I'm had the pleasure, like I said, to join my fellow councilors to witness that, and the mayor was there with the photo opportunity for her. I also, in the federal shutdown, I have friends who are now in that quandary, and my heart goes out to them. They're trying to figure out what to do. I also ran a little race on a Saturday, and there was a lot of wind and a lot of weather. Fortunately, I got through the race without too much, and then a big rain cloud came, and so did the thunder. And when that happens, it makes me also think about how we need to be prepared for any emergency. And I know that our public safety department has worked very hard, and the search program is training many people. I encourage those of you to make sure that you have yourself with resources for those power outages that may happen as we come up into our winter months for wind, ice storms, and anything else. I promote to my neighborhood associations to get yourself and help your neighbors here. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
I think this is, oh, it is working. So I'll share a small experience, well, a big experience in my life today, but so this morning I was at my office and I got a call from my child's school, Crossler Middle School. And out of nowhere, I get the call that no parent really wants to get, which is you need to get to the school right away because your child's passing out and she won't stop passing out. That was the report I got. Zero other information. They had no other information. Just at that time, they just didn't know. So I raced to the school, break probably about every traffic law we have. And so it just is what it is. But as I get there, I thought I got there as quick as I possibly could. But Station 7 in South Salem had completely beat me there. And by the time I'd gotten there, they were not only there and had beaten me there, they had completely triaged her. And as I was walking in, we're already kind of calming my concerns, right? Because I'm sure they could tell I was panicked. Obviously, the time they didn't know who I was or anything else, not that it would matter, but just generally, like, that was just the service that they provided every single time. And the patient experience that I think that our firefighters, that our paramedics are providing, you don't always get to see it firsthand. Even when we go out as counselors, you don't get to see it firsthand until you're the patient or the parent of the patient that is, experiencing it. It turned out all my daughter needed was a juicy burger because she had not eaten breakfast and went to volleyball practice and overexerted herself, so it was all fine. But as a true shout out, Station 7, Desiree Barringer, who's actually here, Matthew Fimbreeze, and Pat Shaw, they did an incredible job today. So I just wanted to acknowledge that our teams out there are doing incredible work.
Nordyke?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Can you folks hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I wanted to share a few things with folks today. I would just like to start out that as a city councilor, I believe it is really important to educate myself on how any proposed changes in laws will impact our residents, especially the most vulnerable among us. Over my time as a city councilor, and even before I joined council when I was running for office in 2019, I reached out to homeless shelters so that I could meet the individuals who are living unsheltered in the city of Salem. I ended up volunteering at 3 such shelters, and I've toured many more facilities run by our trusted partners who are working night and day to serve some of our most vulnerable men, women, children, veterans, seniors, persons with disabilities, persons struggling with mental illness, and persons struggling with addiction. I have also visited people in the camps to meet them where they are. And I feel it's time I do so again so that I can hear from those who would be most affected by a repeal in state law governing homeless encampments. Those individuals deserve to have a say in how our laws are drafted, amended, and possibly repealed. And so I will be meeting with them. I meet with stakeholder groups all the time, and some of them know how to get a hold of me very easily. Some folks have my cell phone, my email address, and they have no financial difficulties driving to a council meeting to make their voices heard. They have no problem finding out who I am or how to get a hold of me. But that is a financial privilege that not every person enjoys, which is why I believe in going personally to these groups. Also, later on our agenda tonight, we have a donation policy that I think is sorely needed. And I have spoken with our city attorney in order to draft a written donation policy, which I hope will be ready for council's consideration in November. A clear donation policy is vital for our city to ensure a financial accountability, to prevent corruption and maintain, or should I say, earn our public's trust. It provides a transparent framework for accepting gifts from individuals, groups, or businesses, and protects our city from conflicts of interest. So I look forward to working with our city attorney on this and discussing this further with our council. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay, then we are moving on to proclamations.
Hello again. Madam CSO, I'm turning this around. Is that going to be okay? I would like to invite Aaron Oliver to the stage, please, and company. We're recognizing National Youth Substance Abuse Awareness Month and also Red Ribbon Week. So Aaron Oliver, the new CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, Tony Stafford, Chief Operations Officer, Susanna Floyd and Anna, unsure of your last name, Richmond Elementary School Extension Club Directors, plus 3 young people. Is this everybody? Oh, come on the stage. This is big time up here. Come on up on the stage. Because up here, you're going to be on TV forever. Forever, forever. High five, young people. Here we go. High five. Up high. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Might as well get the adults in there, too. Okay, and here's the proclamation. Whereas substance use disorder has a profound and often tragic impact on individuals, families, and the community, including the decline of physical and mental health, the breakdown of families, the demands on public safety and healthcare systems, and the overall safety, livability, and strength of a community. And whereas individuals who start using substances when they are young are more likely to develop a substance use disorder later in life. And whereas youth prevention aims to stop the use of all substances under the age of 21 and stop misuse of doctor-prescribed medications before it starts by strengthening protective buffers and reducing risk factors, addressing social determinants of health, being culturally responsive, and supporting sustainable efforts. And whereas October the 23rd through the 31st is recognized as National Red Ribbon Week, which is the oldest and largest national drug prevention campaign in the program in the United States. It's huge. Whereas Red Ribbon Week serves as a catalyst to mobilize the communities to educate and to develop healthy, happy, and brave children and youth through a drug prevention activity celebrating a drug-free life. And now, therefore, I, Madam Mayor Julie Hoy, on behalf of her and the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month, and October 27th through the 31st as Red Ribbon Week. And we're asking for everyone to observe the Red Ribbon Week by providing programs, activities, and resources and information to youth and their families, dated this 27th day of October 2025. Thank you. Right here, buddy. Right there. You're good.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Erin Oliver. I'm the new CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Salem, Marion, and Polk counties. Obviously here with some esteemed colleagues and our torch members from Richmond Elementary School. We have the president, the vice president, the treasurer, and the secretary here with us today. For over 55 years, the Boys and Girls Club of Salem has supported youth facing economic and social challenges. We have 8 clubhouses serving nearly 10,000 youths annually, 85% of which come from low-income households, and most of those come from diverse backgrounds. We focus on academic success, healthy lifestyles, and character and leadership building. In 2024, we served about 50,000 meals, provided over 1,500 dental procedures, and kept 100% of our high school students on track for graduation. As we know, thank you. As we just heard, October is National Substance Use Prevention Month, and this week is Red Ribbon Week. And it's time to promote a drug-free living and healthy decision-making. The Boys and Girls Club across the state of Oregon share a statewide focus on substance use prevention, offering education, mentorship, and positive alternatives. This marks our second year as the Boys and Girls Club of Salem, partnering with City of Salem's opioid prevention coordinator to provide Red Ribbon Week training and activities for our members. This year's theme is Life is a Puzzle, Solve It Drug-Free, where kids will participate in an activity with a special focus each day with support from the City of Salem. Last year, this partnership reached nearly 500 youth, sparking conversations about resilience, decision-making, and wellness. And this year, we are expanding that impact to reach even more young people. So we'd like to thank you for your partnership and shared commitment to ensuring that every child in Salem grows up safe, healthy, and drug-free.
Thank you. Here's the proclamation. Thank you. Up high.
Chief, would you like to join me up here, please? And is Liam Bell in the house? Could you please come forward? Sure. Got it. Okay. Thank you, Liam. It's great to meet you, sir. Whereas, early in the morning of September 14th, 2025, Alan Bell heard the morning rain, and knowing his 16-year-old son Liam loves the rain and atmospheric studies, woke him up to let him know it was raining before taking a shower. And whereas Liam opened the curtain to look at the rain when he noticed what looked like smoke from a house across the street. Liam immediately went outside and observed the neighbor's house, which was involved with fire. He then called 911 and reported the house fire, the only 911 call received. Whereas, further demonstrating decisive action, Liam ran back into the house, put on his clothes, and rushed to the neighbor's house adjacent to the home on fire to evacuate its occupants. And whereas, because of Liam's efforts, Salem Fire Department resources were alerted in time to rescue the occupants from the burning home. Sadly, one resident passed away. However, the second is alive due to Liam's initiative. And whereas today we recognize Liam Bell's actions
to protect his neighbors and save a life. And now, I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby recognize Liam Bell for his heroic actions on the morning of September 14th, 2025. The City of Salem is grateful for Liam's genuine concern for his neighbors and doing whatever he could to help them. Dated this 27th day of October, 2025.
Congratulations and thank you. Bless you. Can we do a picture?
What?
We'll do a picture, is that okay?
I'll be brief, but Liam, I just want to say your actions saved a life. And I want you to know that. And I want to say, Mr. Bell and Mrs. Bell, congratulations. You've done everything right as a parent, I can tell you that. Maybe we can meet afterward and you can give me some tips. Liam, I'm going to give you a coin here. It's for exemplary service. I don't get these out very often. They're very special. I don't want to see it on eBay. But congratulations, buddy. You've definitely saved a life, and you should be extremely proud.
Wow, such a good thing. All right, we have a few more folks to recognize. Chief, would you hold this for me, please? Thank you. Why don't you folks come on down? Come on down. You can do it. They're not big on being recognized. I know that for a fact. Humble people of service, please come. All right. I'll stand by you. Whereas on the morning of September 14th, 2025, at approximately 6:23 a.m., the Willamette Valley Communications Center, WVCC, received a 911 call reporting a house on fire at Matthews Loop in South Salem. And whereas the Salem Fire Department responded rapidly with Engine 7, arriving first to find a single-family home fully involved in fire and portions of the roof actively collapsing. And whereas, under the command of Battalion 4, thank you so much, and facing extreme fire conditions, crews from engines 7, 4, 6, and 9, along with Ladder 4 and Medic 7, initiated an aggressive fire attack and a coordinated search and rescue operation, embodying the courage, discipline, and teamwork that define the fire service. And whereas during that search, 2 victims were located and removed from the burning structure by Salem firefighters and treated on scene by emergency medical professionals from the Salem Fire Department. And whereas, despite heroic efforts, 1 victim tragically lost their life, but the 2nd victim survived and was transported to Salem Hospital in stable condition due to the timely and brave intervention of these first responders. And whereas the fire was brought under control in approximately 20 minutes with no extension to adjacent homes, and whereas the following individuals are recognized for their bravery and life-saving actions during this incident. Oh, here, thank you. Yes, please be here. As I call your name, just raise your hand so we know who you are, if you don't mind. From Engine 7, Captain Pat Shaw, Engineer Brent Stepman, Firefighter Paramedic Desiree Behringer, Engine 4, Captain Mark Hansen, Engineer Tyler Hardachok, Firefighter Paramedic Jared Hagg, Engine 6, Captain Paul Bridgehouse, Engineer Nick Otell, Firefighter Paramedic Tyler Mendel, Engine 9, Captain Nick Van Bischler, Engineer Andrew Monsrud, Firefighter Paramedic Riley Walker, Ladder 4, Captain Silas Olgren, Engineer Dustin Baum, Firefighter Paramedic Holden Partain, Medic 7, PM Heather McHugh, Paramedic, I believe, thank you, EMT Dawson Burris, Dispatch Communications Specialist 3, Ashley Pope, Battalion 4, Battalion Chief Sean Barnes. And now, therefore, I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby recognize and commend these individuals for their selfless actions in the service of others during the structure fire on September 14, 2025. Their professionalism, bravery, and dedication reflect the very best of Salem's public safety community, dated this 27th day of October, 2025.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I just want to first and foremost, on behalf of all that are up here, they don't want to be up here, I know that. One of the characteristics is the way we serve the community, and it's through humility. And I know that accolades are nothing that anybody up here wants. I will tell you that night they fulfilled their sworn duty that oftentimes means that they have to risk their life. But the part that is not always known is the skill, the precision, the coordination that has to happen to make that happen. And you saw how many companies were on here, and this is an illustration of why staffing is so important and why this is a team effort from our dispatch center to our firefighters to our emergency medical service professionals. And so thank you for what you do out there. Engine 7, you've had a banner day today. You got mentioned by the council person too. So thank you very much. This is really the best of the Salem Fire Department and representative of how they serve every day. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Bless you. Be safe out there. Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sean. Good to see you again. Congratulations. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to public comment. I'll call 2 names at a time. Please come forward to the podium on the stage here. We're having difficulty with this microphone. So, okay, Linda's there to help. Thank you so much. Please say your name, your address or your ward for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Christina Ballard and Lori Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Christina Ballard, Ward 7. Out of Wallet Hub's ranking of the safest 182 American cities, Salem ranked number 10. Through September this year, violent crime is down 17%, property crime is down 13%. I'm here tonight to talk about item 5A that you'll be voting on, the donation for the 2 HST police officers. The fire chief tells us that 17% of their total call volume is for our unhoused community. We ask firefighters and EMS to do twice the work with less people, and we've heard over the last few months how those with mental health issues are a big part of the problem. Chief Gerboth has said that mental health-related calls do not require police. The mayor said sustainability has to be the goal. We cannot continue this pattern of finding some money and doing something temporary. We need to figure out a plan for Salem that is sustainable, end quote. Now she wants you to approve this $180,000 donation for 2 police for 6 months. What happens after that? The mayor also stated, in terms of trust, I think we have a little bit more work to do. What I'm talking about is what people see. And I think that builds trust, end quote. Well, let me tell you what I see, and that's duplicity. I have seen the mayor promoting a local company for a city contract and not recusing herself when it's appropriate. I've heard her say, help is on the way. I want to help people. I want to help people find healing. Yet she lies and claims public restrooms have been firebombed just so she doesn't have to address the livability portion of safety and livability. I've seen her big lie that cost the city $256,000. She understands that proactive measures are better than reactionary, yet she sponsors a statewide initiative to roll back protections for the unsheltered. After the Rock Center Hands Across the Bridge event, which exists to celebrate the journey of recovery from addiction and mental health challenges and remembering those we've lost, her comment was not that she was impressed with the number of people or sense of community that event builds, but rather she was impressed with the number of vendors who attended the event. Since she won't admit her errors, won't apologize to you or us, the citizens of Salem, I ask the City Council to encourage you to hold a vote of no confidence or censure her or insist she recuse herself from this vote. If you decide to accept this generous gift, then accept it with a stipulation that it go to pay for EMS instead of police.
Lori Walker and Linnell Wilcox.
Ready? I am Lori Walker. I reside in Ward 2, Scan neighborhood. I am speaking to item 5A and a few more. I am in opposition to accepting money from the Chamber, Main Street, and anonymous people. That is not the way cities do business. It is also not sustainable. I would like Julie Hoy to recuse herself from the vote, as Larry Tokarski has given her $10,000 as recently as September 19th. As a legal guardian and advocate for unsheltered and mentally ill, I am concerned about the direction Mayor Hoy is going in. My dad told me from a young age, if you are not good for your word, you are good for nothing. My dad was a respected and trusted businessman of numerous businesses. I was honored to be chosen as one of 30 people to serve on the Bloomberg-Harvard Committee. We met on October 7th. We spent hours listening, talking, and sharing with the professionals from Harvard University. We worked on issues regarding safety, livability, homelessness, and business concerns. Last week, I saw Julie Hoy's name on a petition to criminalize homelessness, which includes a high number of mentally ill, many of my former patients from the state hospital. Julie Hoy has told City Council and Harvard participants one thing and then gone rogue and deviated from the proposed task and collaboration of 30 people, many of whom were on paid time from the city at the time. It is undermining the committee and purpose of working together on solutions. It has disrespected those who were and are committed to work on solutions. Julie Hoy is obviously not trustworthy, lacks integrity, honesty, and transparency. She is not a team member with that committee. Julie Hoy's petition to criminalize unsheltered and mentally ill is asinine to me. Punitive punishment to further stigmatize homeless and mentally ill promotes hate and fear towards them. Promoting a war on the poor and mentally ill, disabled, and unhoused is despicable for a mayor. Jail is not the answer. Oregon's broken mental health system has no psych beds available. In the time spent on council, has Julie Hoy heard or learned anything about Oregon's broken mental health system? Julie Hoy is wasting time and money by going rogue from the committee of Bloomberg and Harvard. She should be immediately removed or replaced by a city council member. She should resign from council. Her word is meaningless. She can't be trusted. She has a conflict of interest and can't be trusted to serve as unbiased on the Bloomberg-Harvard Council. I implore City Council not to be silent on these issues. Dr. Brown, I implore you to talk with Jimmy Jones,
sorry, Lori, your
DJ
time
Vincent.
is up. Your time has expired.
On the unsheltered and where the money is going.
Thank you for your testimony, Lori. Linnell Wilcox and Ryan Erickson.
Do I start? Okay. My name is Linnell Wilcox, and I live in Ward 1. As you consider accepting a donation for aspects of safety and livability, it's crucial to note that there's a lot of common ground and support from most of the proposed strategies, hugely because we know that our police and our fire chief prioritize compassion and come from values of building trust and relationships. And even if there's a change in leadership, House Bill 3115 requires that regulations related to use of property must be reasonable based on the totality of circumstances, including shelter availability. ORS 195-530 is the law that resulted from that House bill, and it connects to each safety and livability strategy that involves people experiencing homelessness. This month, Julie Hoy and 2 other individuals filed a petition to repeal that statute. Mayor Hoy shared that she filed the petition to restore local control and to align with the latest Supreme Court ruling that left details up to each city. We already have local control. There are many caveats that enable a sweep to happen without notice: health concerns, violence, crimes, traffic risks, etc. Besides that flexibility, our city's Harvard Bloomberg Mentoring Project will focus specifically on collaborative and creative ways to improve safety and livability. Filing this petition goes around and behind this valuable mentoring project. Punitive measures can't work. We would quickly run out of jail beds. The state hospital is already full and is seriously understaffed. There are wait lists for recovery programs and shelters, and homeless individuals rarely have the means to pay tickets and fines. They'll get warrants for failures to appear, and the court system gets bogged down as fines and penalties grow. We cannot police our way out of homelessness, and criminalizing still leaves people with nowhere to be. Even with more shelter beds and housing than ever before and more placements, more people are becoming homeless due to rising rents and rising costs. We don't have the luxury or option to not see them. Considering that people can't evaporate into thin air, where do we expect people to actually go, sleep, and exist? House Bill 3115 was not created lightly. It's the product of a work group involving the League of Oregon Cities and the Oregon Law Center, as well as individual cities and counties. It purposely holds us to a higher standard than generic city control. It codifies our city's values of belonging, inclusion, compassion, and balance, and serves as a reality check and safety net that retains those values regardless of which people are in positions of power. People experiencing homelessness are the ones who have the least amount of safety and livability in Salem. House Bill 3115 keeps us humane, honest, and balanced in how we address camping and sweeps. Who wouldn't want that, and why?
Ryan Erickson-Kulas and Amy Fritsch.
Ryan Erickson-Kulas, Ward 1. I'm speaking on the proposed donation to support the Safety and Livability Strategic Action Plan. True safety and livability must include everyone, housed and unhoused alike. Nearly 7 in 10 unhoused residents expressed discrimination each week, and only 40% feel any sense of community. That's not safety. If we're serious about livability, it means ensuring everyone has a place to live, not just those who can afford it. Now to this agenda item. While the staff report says that the 2 new police officers would not be assigned exclusively to downtown, that assurance needs to be in writing with donors. When private money funds public officers, it blurs accountability. Who sets deployment priorities? Who decides what success looks like? Only one donor has been named. The public deserves transparency and assurance that policing decisions remain public, not privately directed. The business community says it will evaluate the investment. Will their metrics reflect the needs of our unhoused neighbors or the comfort of downtown businesses? If donors can withdraw funding when results displease them, that's not sustainable governance. We've already seen that this model leads. In Portland, a similar business-funded policing model gave paying property owners faster police response times than everyone else. Public outrage over unequal service led Portland to phase that program out in 2022. Salem should not repeat that mistake. This debate also fits a larger pattern under Mayor Hoy's leadership. She has aligned herself with business-driven efforts that treat homelessness as a threat to safety rather than a result of policy and societal failure. She's supporting and a lead proponent of a statewide campaign to repeal a law requiring cities to provide any camping restrictions are objectionably reasonable. That law is there to protect basic human rights and hold cities accountable for their choices. Repealing it would allow sweeps without justification, pushing people out of sight instead of into shelter. This comes from a mayor who repeatedly has unfound stories such as firebombed bathrooms in public parks that the police say never happened. These lies feed fear in her narrative instead of the facts. So I ask, what is the long-term plan? Because Mayor Hoy's direction doesn't end with safety. It ends with sweeps and displacement, not housing instability. Poverty is not a crime. I urge the council to demand full transparency about these donors, especially since one is the mayor's largest campaign contributor. Given her ethics record and lack of public trust, the mayor should recuse herself from this vote. More broadly, I ask you to consider whether her ongoing alignment with business interests truly supports Salem's goal of helping our unhoused neighbors, or simply advances a political agenda to make them disappear. Please ensure tonight's decisions are grounded in transparency, accountability, and compassion, not influence. Thank you.
Amy Frisch and Holly, is it Scheifelbein? Scheifelbein, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
Hello, my name is Amy Fritsch, and I am a citizen in Ward 2. I am here tonight to state my opposition to the motion on the table, to 5A. First off, as a Christian, as someone who believes that, I have the Bible verse on my sign, that Jesus, the Son of God, was homeless in his own life. And who were we? As a Christian, I am called to treat everyone like their Christ. I've worshiped with you, Mayor Hoy, with you, Councilman Teagan, and I know that this is something you believe, so how is this holding that out? One of my favorite quotes is from Mother Teresa, and she calls us to see Christ in the distressing disguise of the poor. I'm not pretending that folks experiencing mental health crises, folks experiencing homelessness cannot be distressing. I can be distressed seeing someone in pain, seeing someone hurting, alone and afraid. The distress is real, but criminalization is not the answer. I also have experience as homeless shelter staff. For 2.5 years, I worked at a drop-in center for folks who were unsuccessful other places. And what I saw was that our guests were often alone, they were afraid, and every time we needed to call in law enforcement, it only escalated the situation. It was a last resort, not something that we proactively sought out. So I'm asking you to consider this as you all contemplate what's on the table. Know that in practice we see that escalating situations and more people getting hurt. Also in that job, we had the consideration of hiring while we were trying to close, something temporary. And a question that my boss posed to our team that I pose to you now, who takes a 6-month job? Who are the people that we will be attracting to these positions? Are they people who are committed to practicing trauma-informed care, for empathy and compassion and experience with our unhoused neighbors? Is that who would take that job? I don't know, but that's a question worth considering, I think. And it's a question worth asking, is this the kind of person that we want working with our most vulnerable Salemanders? Also, I come as a citizen in an increasingly militarized country where we see the National Guard being deployed, where we see police seeing then with this police being a response to folks who need our compassion, it makes me worried. It makes me worried with private money. It makes me worried with who will be giving the direction and leading this team, particularly when we have leadership that supports decreased protection for our most marginalized people. So I ask you all to please keep those in mind as you consider 5A tonight. Thank you.
Megan Harper and Kim Davis.
My name is Holly Schiefelbein, and I live in Salem, Ward 1. I'm here tonight because agenda item 5A exposes an ongoing problem with ethics and buying influence with our mayor. Larry Tokarski is one of the donors behind the $180,000 funding package for 2 new HST officers. He's the only donor identified. The rest remain hidden under the label Your Business Community. Tokarski also gave $10,000 to Mayor Hoy's campaign PAC just weeks before this proposal appeared. This is not the first time these connections have raised concern. In November 2024, Hoy was publicly censured by City Council for failing to recuse herself from a vote that directly benefited that same donor. Is anyone else getting deja vu? Now we're seeing the same pattern arise. Tokarski and other business interests give the mayor money, and soon after, the city moves to expand policing under the banner of safety and livability. The same agenda those donors are pushing. At the same time, Julie Hoy is supporting the repeal of a state law that protects unhoused people from unreasonable enforcement by cities. She claims we need more tools to deliver, and this would be another tool. Repealing that law would strip away one of the few legal protections that keep Oregon cities from criminalizing the survival of people experiencing homelessness. It would let cities sweep camps faster, issue more citations, and clear people from public view with little oversight, all of which we know do not serve as a solution to homelessness, but simply spend dwindling city dollars forcing unhoused people to move around, all of which cause real lasting harm to the unhoused community. That's the tool the mayor says she needs, and it's the tool her donors clearly want. She's taking in money with one hand and clearing the way for her donors to do as they please with the other, whether it's development decisions or more aggressive action against our unhoused community, some of the most vulnerable people in our community. You can't have it both ways, Mayor Hoy, being a private citizen out of one side of your mouth and a public servant on the other, who takes in donations to help your friends push their anti-homeless agenda. Hoy's actions are about power and access for those who can afford to buy it, while causing real harm to residents who are most impacted by large systemic issues of unaffordable housing and shrinking social nets. Due to her past censure and current financial ties to one of the contributors behind this proposal, I'm calling on Mayor Hoy to recuse herself from any discussion or vote related to this donation. Because Mayor Hoy has personally endorsed and supported the repeal of ORS 195530, the very law that limits how cities can enforce anti-camping policies, she should recuse herself from any local decisions about encampment enforcement. Her public advocacy creates an unavoidable perception that she cannot approach these decisions with impartiality towards unhoused residents. Even if not a legal conflict of interest, is a profound ethical one. Salem deserves leadership with integrity, and we have been found wanting.
Megan Harper and Kim Davis.
My name is Megan Harper, and I live in Ward 4. While I'm open to learning more about the actual plan, the idea of a private business paying for public law enforcement gives me immediate pause. I worry about the potential for the deepening chasm between the haves and the have-nots. This is exacerbated by an environment in which our mayor, even if not acting in official capacity, has signed a petition to repeal an Oregon law in a way that would make it easier to disrupt the lives of homeless people without any impetus to provide further resources. Mayor, it has been brought to my attention that you and I come from the same faith tradition. Tonight, I would like to share with you some words from our faith leader, Pope Leo. Written earlier this month, it speaks to how we are to view the poor. It can be said that the commitment to the poor and to removing the social and structural causes of poverty has gained importance in recent decades, but it remains insufficient. This is also the case because our societies often favor criteria for orienting life and politics that are marked by numerous inequalities. As a result, the old forms of poverty that we have become aware of and are trying to combat are being joined by new ones, sometimes more subtle and dangerous. From this point of view, it is to be welcomed that the United Nations has made the eradication of poverty one of its Millennium Goals. A concrete commitment to the poor must also be accompanied by a change in mentality that can have an impact at the cultural level. In fact, the illusion of happiness derived from a comfortable life pushes many people toward a vision of life centered on the accumulation of wealth and social success at all cost, even at the expense of others, and by taking advantage of unjust social ideals and political economic systems that favor the strongest. Thus, in a world where the poor are increasingly numerous, we paradoxically see the growth of a wealthy elite living in a bubble of comfort and luxury, almost in another world compared to ordinary people. This means that a culture still persists, sometimes well disguised, that discards others without even realizing it and tolerates with indifference that millions of people die in hunger or survive in conditions unfit for human beings. To all of council, homeless Salemites are your constituents, equal in dignity, and their basic rights also equal to the needs of anybody else's. no matter what business they own, whose campaigns they've funded. Please factor this into any of your decision making.
Kim Davis and Lindsay Bigelow.
Hi, my name is Kim Davis, and I'm with Ward 4. Councilors, I am here to state my strong objection to the city accepting private payment for any public position, and especially for police. The risks run rampant when special entrants hold the wallet to community services, and the capacity for their influence is too great. We need to take measures that will increase trust in our community, not diminish it. For example, our so-called mayor, who has taken an oath to serve the city of Salem and its residents, behaves in underhanded ways to harm the community. Despite speaking publicly as being in support of initiatives that will provide aid and assistance to our unhoused community members, her recent actions reveal an opposite intent. Likely as yet another campaign stunt, Hoy has recently gotten some free publicity after launching a voter initiative to repeal and rewrite current laws that protect unsheltered community members. This voter initiative seeks to repeal a 2021 state law that requires cities to justify whether removing someone from the public place they're sitting, lying, or sleeping is objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner. This requirement to consider the reasonableness of evicting a person from a public location is only a minor imposition when life or death may be the actual outcomes of these decisions. Putting property, business interests, and tourism ahead of human rights and human needs is unacceptable. Putting campaign publicity and catering to special interests in direct conflict with the city's goals once again reveal Hoy's unsuitability as Salem's mayor. She cannot be trusted to fill her oath to our community, and letting businesses steer our city with their dollars cannot be trusted either. Don't accept it. And please be sure to recuse yourself, Mayor Hoy.
Lindsay Bigelow and Melissa Lang-Bacho.
Thank you. Mayor Hoy, City Councilors, my name is Lindsay Bigelow and I live in Ward 4. I am deeply troubled by the recent actions of Mayor Hoy. As you consider accepting a donation for aspects of safety and livability, it's important to note that earlier this month, Bloomberg Harvard met with a cross-section of our community, which included business owners, advocates, and service providers for the unhoused in our community. That group was chosen to collaborate to address the concerns of safety and livability in downtown Salem. It's my understanding Mayor Hoy requested this consultant group come in to assist with this concern. Yet just a short time later, Mayor Hoy filed a petition to repeal a state law, which will result in essentially criminalizing homelessness. Seeing people suffering is uncomfortable. Watching someone suffer is uncomfortable. But our response as a human being should be, how can I help? It should not be, we need to make their mere existence a crime so we don't have to look at it anymore. For our leader of this city to petition for a law to do just that is unconscionable. Mayor Hoy, your lack of transparency and documented pattern of dishonesty have eroded the public trust and undermined the integrity of your office. Thank you for your time.
Melissa Lang-Bacho and Clifford Eifler Rodriguez.
Thank you. City Council members and Mayor Hoy, my name is Melissa Lang-Bacho. I'm a resident in Ward 3, and I'm here today to comment on Agenda Item 5A. I oppose the donation of funds and oppose the proposed use of those funds for staffing of 2 police officer positions for the homeless service team. Our unhoused neighbors need housing, food, and health care. Shuffling our unhoused neighbors from one place to another without anywhere for them to go is cruel. Sending police officers to do the job shows that the mayor intends to criminalize people for being poor. I urge the city to decline the funds and keep working to house, feed, and provide resources to all of the residents through more ethical means. Thank you.
Clifford Eifler Rodriguez.
Clifford Eifler Rodriguez, Ward 7. I'm here to testify on 5A. I'm urging the City Council to reject that funding. It's plain and simple, this is class warfare directed by our business community and led by our mayor. These funds shouldn't be what we should be spending money on. We don't need cops to sweep the parks. We need funds for our houseless community, to find funds for those folks who are disadvantaged, who are vulnerable, and to get them a place, get them the services they need. We don't need more cops, especially temporary cops. This is such a awful plan. 6 months for cops, and then you'll get to hear from the business community on whether they'll continue to invest. That's wild that we're considering this. It continues a pattern of this city spending tons of money. Dr. Brown was right, we spend so much money, but these sweeps are inhumane. We literally rob people who have nothing and then tell them, get along, move along. We don't want you at this park. Sorry. Folks, this isn't the way to do it. And the fact that we're considering the business community to, again, lead us by the nose, they've got a pretty poor track record, in my opinion, of leading this city. Folks, this is just as simple. Please reject this. Consider, if the business community wants to chip in on actual solutions, fine. We'll take their money, but not for more cops. It's never been the solution. Don't pretend it is, please.
Yes, I do have someone online. Jean Hendren. Do we have Jean Hendren online? Looks like we don't. Okay. Oh, yep. All right. You're muted, Jean. Jean, can you hear me? You're muted.
Finally. Can you hear me now? I'm so sorry about that. I had put together this commercial, and I don't know if you're going to be able to see it or not, but, oh, and I've lost that too now. So, okay, movie, there we go. So I thought we needed a commercial so we could get some more money. And I did it in the same venue. Oh my goodness. Obviously, I don't have the technical skills to do this. I apologize. So I was using the model of the ASPCA commercials. And it would kind of go something like, every day in America, thousands of people suffer from cruelty and neglect. Thousands were rescued last year, but for thousands of others, help came too late. You will be an angel. Will you be an angel for a helpless human? Every day, innocent humans are abused, beaten, and neglected. Please call the number on your screen and donate just $19 a month. That's 63 cents a day. Your call says, "I'm here to help." Please call right now because there is someone who needs your help. And then I found also a video that I have of someone I was helping in a hospital, and I'd like you to hear his words.
Scared about going back out on the street. I'm scared of being in the cold, not being in the street. I'm scared that I can't get food, and I'm scared that I can't stay in a blanket somewhere, and I can't go to the bathroom. Yeah. I'm scared that that's what was happening when I found you, wasn't it? I'm not scared that I'm in the street. I'm scared that I'm freezing. I can't go to the bathroom, and I can't crawl out, and I can't even use my hands to eat. I'm paralyzed on the right side completely. My arm.
Okay, that's pretty much it. It looks like it's the end of my pictures. The man's voice is someone finally rescued by an OHP ombudsman who would not let the hospital dump the patient. Eventually, he was safely housed, but that has not been in my experience. In most cases, they die on the streets, alone and cold, or in some cases hot. The state has a lot of work to do to stabilize this problem, and it can start with policy changes for free or almost free. It's the needed change in attitude that will be difficult to overcome. Thank you for your time. Now I'll try to turn everything back off again. Oh my goodness.
Okay, we are now moving to item 5A.
Second sheet.
I also signed up to speak. I'm sorry.
And so did I.
I was on page 2. Yeah, section
Oh,
G.
that was, God. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I thought that was for the item 8. Okay, Barbie Taylor and Elise Strauss.
Okay, Mayor and City Council, my name is Barbie Taylor, and I'm a resident and homeowner in Ward 1. As we consider whether to accept a donation in support of Salem's Safety and Livability Plan, I think it's crucial to also consider that House Bill 3115 ensures that balance and reasonableness and humaneness are factored into our Safety and Livability Plan. Now I'm going to read my daughter's testimony because she couldn't be here. So my daughter says, "My name is Kendra Taylor, and I'm a lifelong resident of Salem and a homeowner in Ward 2. I am also the executive director of the Kindness Closet, a local nonprofit that serves hundreds of people experiencing homelessness in our community." I think we've lost count, but Lindsay and Kendra and their team have fed over 100,000 meals. Probably many more than that at this point. So we are also run a community-based Facebook page which allows neighbors to support neighbors in need. On average, we receive 10 new member requests per week. Since the news on SNAP benefits would likely go unpaid in November, we are receiving upwards of 30 plus. I can't even count today's. It was out of control. New member requests each day. This isn't the time to criminalize poverty. So that's not Kendra, that was just me. While the rest of our community was scrambling to support each other through this very tumultuous time, Mayor Julie Hoy was filing in secret a petition to repeal a law that was drafted by community stakeholders and advocates across our state, putting in work to better our communities, House Bill 3115. As someone who knows many of the neighbors experiencing homelessness by name, knows their stories, knows their fears, their skill deficits, their limitations, and their strengths, I am appalled. I'm appalled that this is the direction you are choosing to steer the ship that is our city, Mayor Julie Hoy. The role of the mayor in Salem has been a largely symbolic role, and its meaning was to bring people together. True leadership doesn't require power grabs of control of vulnerable people. People sense authentic leadership and willingly follow because actions align with their values that they espouse. That's how you get people to follow you. Your actions and your values align. The council and the city hosted the Harvard Bloomberg Project, spent time and funding on solutions to support those experiencing homelessness, while behind the scenes, petitions were being filed to remove reasonable, that is the crux of it, right? Reasonable protections for those without shelter. Where shall they go?
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Okay,
Thank you
Mayor
for your
Hoy, we would
testimony.
like you to recuse yourself, and we'd also like you to resign.
Thank you for your
nobody has
testimony. Your
any
time
faith
has
in you
expired.
anymore.
Elise Strauss and Ashish Puri.
I'm Elise Strauss. I'm from Ward 8. A couple city council meetings ago, you said you went to minister at Wallace Marine Park to the homeless. And so it's okay to go there where they're in the woods, away from people and downtown, and do whatever you do when you minister to them. But it's not okay to give them your time and attention when they're sitting on underpasses or on street corners. It's easier to sweep their belongings away, only to have them come back and have their stuff swept away again. That cycle, it's not sustainable, and we all know that. And I get it. We want to clean downtown. We want people to feel safe. We don't want business owners to be spraying feces out of their doorsteps every morning. I get it. I get it. These are all absolutely appropriate and necessary things to desire for our city. But constantly sweeping people's belongings away and removing them is just criminalizing homelessness. And 2 cops is not the answer, because that's a little bit like hammers. And when you have hammers, everything's a nail. And Womack himself has said, police are not social services. You got a room full of advocates that are telling you the same thing. Housing and rehab is an investment, but so is meeting the homeless where they are. Some of them aren't ready for housing yet. Some of them are not ready even for overnight shelters. You ministered to some of those people, no doubt, in Wallace Marine Park. So let them have their tents. Let the stakeholders help stabilize them. Church in the Park submitted a fantastic proposal to the city for addressing cleanliness and monitoring the homeless. And it was so inexpensive. And best of all, it put stakeholders in charge. It was fantastic, but you ignored it. The man who stabbed 12 people at the UGM in July, 2 or 3 times in his life, he was stabilized on medications. Stabilized on medications. He's an extreme case. He's not going to be able to live in the world with the rest of us. But some of them will. You went to Wallace Marine Park. You met them where they were. And if we don't stop cosmetically addressing homelessness, we're not going to solve this problem. You went to Wallace Marine Park to meet them where they were. Stop being a hypocrite.
Ashish Puri? Yes. I hope I did better this time on your name.
You're good.
Good. And Kathleen Treppa.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, public. My name is Ashish Puri, and I live in Ward 8 in Salem. I'm here to talk briefly about the Salem Police Department Strategic Plan, item 5D on the agenda tonight. I represent the ACC, which is the Advisory Council to the Police Chief. We are about 13 to 15 members off and on, and we've been meeting periodically, pretty much monthly, bi-monthly over the last 3 years. And I just wanted to share our experience and our engagement as this group. The Salem PD's strategic plan is based on 3 pillars, primarily safety, trust, and excellence. They have come across to us as a proactive organization that focuses on preventive initiatives rather than reactive actions post an incident. This is evident to us from them aspiring to improve neighborhood safety through initiatives for like the CVRI, which is the Community Violence Reduction Initiative, and then other road safety and traffic control measures that they're implementing. It also shows up in them taking initiatives for building trust internally by promoting a culture of trust and introducing procedural justice in all their policies, practices, training, and reviews for their workforce. And externally through better communication and facilitating community engagement. And then they're also striving to deliver excellence by adopting all these measures in their recruitment, the careers that they're offering, and all the policies that they implement. But in my view, the thing that doesn't come forth is the fundamental values that bring all of this together is those of empathy and collaboration. That and the ACC is a prime example of what that brings about. For over 3 years, we've been meeting and we've been informed of recent incidents. We've had a chance to present community concerns. We've been educated on the PD's plans, goals, policies, and initiatives. And we've had some role plays, conversations, all kind of engagement where we represent different views, cultural and social diversity in how people will react to everything that's been brought forth. The point I'm making here is you expect a police force to enforce the law with the law and the charter they are given. However, we've seen Salem PD making an effort to do that not just by force or the power they have, but by showing consideration, by adopting collaboration and engaging and listening to its citizens. We, the ACC, have truly appreciated being a partner with the police chief over the last 3 years and know that given the right resources and support,
Thank you for
I
your
know my time is
testimony.
up. We wish them all the best and hope that they will succeed in their plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Treppa.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Kathleen Treppa, Ward 7, and I would also like to comment on item 5A and add my thoughts to the outstanding comments that you've already heard for this evening. This $180,000 donation from unnamed downtown-related individuals to expand the HST for 6 months. This offer also indicates that the business leaders will evaluate the effectiveness of their investment before committing to another donation. The only person willing to be named as contributing to this donation without any amount is Larry Tokarski from Mountain West Investments, a major developer in town. The same Larry Tokarski who just contributed $10,000 to the mayor's reelection campaign, and the same Larry Tokarski who contributed to Mayor Hoy and Councilor Gwen's 2024 campaigns, and then both councilors voted on a land use matter benefiting Mountain West, and those votes prompted the then council to censure both councilors for violating the city charter. I personally find this $180,000 donation to be disturbing for several reasons. On its surface, some people, not many in the audience, but some people might question, why should we question such a generous donation to the city? And to that I respond, one, the donors would like to remain anonymous except for Mr. Tokarski, so the public does not know who the beneficiaries are of this increased police presence in downtown. And $180,000 is not a paltry sum. Two, the donation proposal smells a bit of a quid pro quo relationship. These business leaders will evaluate the effectiveness of their investment before deciding whether to make another donation. For a city experiencing its such budget challenges, the motivation to please these anonymous donors might be a bit tempting, and as a tax-paying resident, I feel it's a bit too much like influence peddling, especially when campaign contributions are commingled into the mix. The optics just aren't good, but I suspect that doesn't matter to the mayor, who has already shown a predilection to blowing past any semblance of adherence to government norms and procedures. And finally, 3, police activity, as the chief has acknowledged, is reactive. It is intervention, it is not prevention. The HST does not prevent homelessness, mental illness, or drug addiction. It responds to the nuisance activity once people are unhoused, mentally ill, or drug addicted. I would again recommend that the city and these benefactors embrace that prevention is a far more cost-effective strategy than intervention. The community as a whole would be far better served if investments were made to support food and shelter for the needy, before and after school child care and tutoring programs. How about the Boys and Girls Club that we just heard about this evening? Or summer camp and youth sports programs that disadvantaged families can't afford. Community service programs that help support those in greater need benefit us all and just might be more effective at reducing the stressors that contribute to people ending up on the street. Our community is worth that investment, not just the downtown. Thank you.
Come on up to the microphone, please. And do you want to use the hand mic? Thank you. Please announce your name and your ward or your address for the record.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Evelyn Bross from Ward 8. I wanted to let you know I understand why you push people away from the homeless where they're staying at. You keep evicting them and evicting them. I come from Portland, and I know the reason behind it is because you do it like every 2 weeks. It's because if they're there for 30 days, they're considered a resident. Then you have to take them to court and get a court order to get them evicted, because then they're considered a citizen, they're resident where they've been staying at for so long. Then you have to go to court, and that costs more money to get those people out of that area. And I understand why you keep moving the homeless is because they're considered a resident after so many days. But also I want to let you know that homeless people aren't always, druggies and stuff. I talked to a lot of homeless. I helped a lot of homeless in Portland. And I talked to one homeless. He says, I used to think homeless were scums. And then he said, I said, what happened? He says, well, I had a construction job, and I had a 3-bedroom house that I was paying on, and then I was working on the house. But he said, I was on the ladder, and I fell off the ladder, and I broke my leg. And then he said he lost his job because he hurt himself at work. I says, well, why didn't your house insurance pay for your injury and stuff? He says, I canceled it, or it didn't get through the house insurance, so he lost his house. Because after so many months of not paying his house payment, then he became homeless because he couldn't make his house payments after what he has in the bank went. And so then he became homeless. But here he used to think of the homeless people horrible, and here he had a construction job and had a 3-bedroom house, and then he broke his leg because he didn't have house insurance. He broke his leg and he became homeless. So you don't have to be homeless and poor. You could be like him, have a house, and then all of a sudden you don't know when the next time tomorrow is going to bring to you. So this is what I want to let. It's not, I'm not biased. I'm just letting you know that I understand why you make these people move every so often, because they're considered a resident and they have to go to court. So that's why I want to let you know. So the residents understand why a lot of people get evicted and homeless, because after 30 days they're considered residential.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, that's all we have for public testimony. I do want to take just a moment because as council, we don't get to speak to one another outside of these meetings on city business. And I did want to just be clear that repealing House Bill 3115 is truly about restoring local control. So cities like Salem, everyone's had the chance to speak.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
Well, she needs to talk. Let her not lie.
I am telling the truth. House Bill 3115 is about restoring local control so cities like Salem can make their own decisions about how to respond to unsanctioned camping. Nothing about the Local Control and Safety Act is proposing anything that has to do with sweeps or arrests. I agree, we cannot arrest our way out of this problem, period. It simply gives cities like Salem more flexibility. If the law were repealed, it would be entirely up to this council to determine what changes, if any, should be made. Just wanted to be real clear about that. And one other point, that I was under an overpass today where, where a 30-year-old man was unconscious and unresponsive and bleeding profusely from the back of his head. He was taken into the ambulance. By the time we were at the hospital, he was then intubated. I don't know if he's made it or not. No one in that camp offered any information about that person. That to me is not safe for him or for the community. So we have to find a way to do this differently. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And City Manager Numbury. Oh, time out. Krishna needs to go. City Manager Numbury. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry that we can't take a break because I do have to leave. I asked for this agenda item to be moved to the front of the agenda. A member of my family passed away 2 hours ago, so I have to leave pretty soon. So apologize for the inconvenience. So what I do want to take a minute and just to kind of recap about where we started and where we are at today. As we were campaigning or kind of engaging with the community about the levy and the budget deficit, the one thing that repeatedly came to our attention, Josh and I have been in several meetings, and so did the other council members and the staff. Safety and livability was brought as an issue by the community. So we did talk about, I did let them know that, hey, right now we are focusing on the budget deficit and the crisis that we are under. I would like to get through this, and then I promised that I would come back and talk about safety and livability. And as community members were talking about it, the safety and livability, it's not just for housed residents. It's for the entire community. That includes our unhoused residents, housed residents, visitors, the business community, everybody, right? So to me, that focus was pretty clear. So from that, after the levy passed, we were internally having conversations about it. And in July, we were asked to bring forward a proposal in addressing the safety and livability. And so the staff spent quite a bit of time as we were engaging with the community. I learned a lot. There were a lot of testimony at the council meeting, the crime that is against unsheltered residents, and the safety of concerns for people that are visiting downtown. So there is like the several concerns and issues were brought up. And so as we were kind of, the approach that we have taken was the leadership team worked on a proposal, and that proposal consists of a package. The package where the number one priority on this list was providing mental health response model, or it's called co-response model, which is something that we have talked about it before, and Councillor Nordijk is very familiar with it. She brought that up in the past too. So that was kind of the first priority. And the second piece of it is the homeless service team officers, which we call them HST officers. and expanding that service from 4 days to 7 days a week. And I will, in a minute, I'll ask Chief Womack to come and talk about what that is we have a track record of helping unsheltered residents with the providing them the right resources. So the chief's recommendation is to have 2 HSD officers to expand that service from 4 days to 7 days a week, along with the cleaning crew. So that's kind of what the proposal that we have given. And the council had 2 work sessions, in-depth conversations about it. There were conversations about public restrooms, drug enforcement. It was kind of a very holistic conversation that we had. We also brought several information reports to the council, just updating them pretty much on a bi-weekly basis about this is where we are at. We also engaged the community. We had conversations with the business community. I met with homeless advocates. We did engage the neighborhood associations, and learned a lot through that in how to do better next time, but especially when it comes to community engagement. So we have taken the approach of reaching out to as much as we could to the entire community. So this council has given us direction that there are 3 goals or 3 priorities that they have for us, which is safe, clean, and healthy Salem. As part of that proposal I have asked, as part of the proposal, like I talked about, the mental health response model, and I would like I think we call it like a CARE model, C-A-R-E. I would like for Chief Gurbat and kind of come and quickly talk about what that is. Don't want to take too much of your time, Chief, but if you can talk about what that model consists of and how we are planning on implementing that.
Good evening. David Gurboth, Fire Chief. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the question. We have talked at length about our model and our proposal of having a paramedic, an EMT, and a mental health associate. That would be contingent on funding and support from Marion County providing the mental health associate. We have in our staff reports indicated what the measurables and the intent would be for that team. I will say that right now on our mental health response, most of the time it's an ambulance and a fire engine. I think there's certainly ways that we can send better resources for the right place at the right time for the right reasons. And so we are waiting for Marion County to approve that. They are going to take that up on November 4th at their work session, and we will see then if they would. We are in alignment with Marion County Health and Human Services and have outlined those guidelines and are jointly proposing those to the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. And the reason why I'm asking, I know we just talked about it a couple of weeks ago, but I think it's important to give that context as we are going to talk about the item. Chief Womack, if you can talk about the 2 HSD officers and the reason why we chose that as an immediate priority over bike cops or the community policing that we talked about in the past.
Mayor, councilors, good evening. It's been a long night already. Trevor Womack, your Chief of Police. This has nothing to do with a donation. I'm speaking to my staff recommendation on HST officers, which is an existing program that we've had for 3 years in our community. Those are 2 trained officers that we have now that work to not solve homelessness. I've talked about this so many times, that the police are not the solution to homelessness. I'm not claiming to be offering up a solution to homelessness. What I'm bringing forward is a way to manage and mitigate some of the public safety and public health concerns that we see associated with our unmanaged encampment situations. And so several years ago, 3 years ago, we created a small team of 2 officers that are specially trained officers with excellent interpersonal skills, take a trauma-informed approach towards entering unmanaged encampment situations and managing and mitigate some of those issues that we see. I'm not painting with a broad brush here. I'm saying sometimes meeting people where they are and finding how to connect people to services. Their primary goal is not to make arrests. In fact, they've made very few arrests in these situations. Their goal is to keep everyone safe, whether it's a service provider, whether it's an unsheltered person, whoever's involved in this partnership. And that's the approach they've been doing for 3 years. So it's a tried and true, well practiced out model that we already have. So my recommendation coming forward was to increase that team, which other counselors have understood and supported as well. We just haven't had the budget for that in the past. Currently, the team is only 2 officers and only works 4 days a week. We need 7-day-a-week coverage. So that's all this recommendation was, to add 2 additional HST officers for 7-day-a-week coverage to expand an existing model that we have that is for managing and mitigating some of these concerns, not solving homelessness. The idea there is that the longer-term comprehensive solutions to homelessness that we all want and seek and desire will take time, and so this is about filling a gap while those solutions are developed and implemented. I'm not bringing forward a solution to homelessness here. So regardless of any donation conversation that's happening, this was my recommendation as your police chief on the right way to help temporarily manage and mitigate some of the concerns that we're seeing.
Thank you, Chief. So with that, we also talked about the cleaning program. The one thing that I have been very consistent over the past few months is this is a package. Right? The package consists of mental health response model, 2 HST officers, and expanding cleaning services. I have been very clear that I recommend that package. Either we go as a package or we don't, because we have to make some impact as we are taking care of everybody in the community. So on October 13th, the council has unanimously approved to adjust the budget to go as a package on this. And that package consists of $626,000. And part of the way we paid for it is we saw some additional savings, and we said we'll try it as a pilot program this year for the next 6 months or next 7 months. And it is the general fund liability is $626,000 on it. So So I just want to kind of make sure that I repeat this again. As we were working on a proposal, it was important to me, it was important to the council, that we come up with a proposal that focuses on safety and livability for all, our housed residents, unhoused residents, visitors, and the businesses, right? So it is important that we are, taking care of everybody. That is because that's what our community is. Now, with that, I'll kind of talk about how this, with the proposal about the donation. When the proposal came to us, it was about adding bike cops and in downtown. Chief Womack and I met with the Chamber and Main Street Association, and we did share that the council has been working on safety and livability plan since July of this year. We also knew that we were going to take that proposal to the council. So as part of that plan, HST officers were identified as immediate need and not bike cops. And so one thing that I was very clear that with this, if for us to consider the donation, has to be about the HST officers, not the bike cops, and they were supportive of that. We also shared that HST is a city-wide service, and it cannot be just kind of focused on downtown. We have 2 officers right now. Adding 2 additional HST officers is going to give that expansion from 4 to 7, and it's a city-wide service. And they understood, and they were okay with that too. I mean, understanding that downtown and Northeast, gets majority of the calls, we were very clear that the officers cannot be dedicated just to downtown. And they were supportive of that too. So the other piece that so as we are looking at the $626,000, it is up to the council whether to accept this donation or not. If the council accepts the donation, that $626,000 liability is now going to go down by $180,000. If they don't, it is going to be a $626,000, right? So whether the council accepts the donation or not, that package that I have proposed The council has already given us direction to move forward with it. What I do want to take time is, as I kind of explained what happened behind the scenes as we were working with the Chamber and Main Street Association, I really appreciate the fact that they understood that the council already had a plan. They were working on that for months, and they came on board with the plan that the council has given. And I also appreciate the fact that it wasn't about any strings attached to it to say, no, they have to be in downtown or they have to be the bike cops. We were very clear, this is the plan, and we would be very, I will take this to the council if that is okay, and they were supportive of that. So I appreciate their willingness to align with the council goals. And also, I appreciate the generosity and the work, and it's not just the business community. I appreciate them coming forward with this donation. But what I wanted to say is, since we started the Safety and Livability Initiative, I see a momentum in the community, right? I see like different perspectives. I see people wanting Salem to be doing better. And I am some giving their time, some giving great ideas, and we are actually taking some of those ideas and implementing, and some through donations, right? Just kind of a different forms of generosity. And I am grateful to this community for coming together to support our shared vision, which is safe, clean, and healthy Salem. So that's kind of where we are at. I'm more than happy to answer any questions the council has on what happened with this particular donation. Councilor Bang.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, I appreciate the recap of how we got here and an explanation of the package that Council has been working so hard on. In terms of the donation, in review of the letter, the business community mentions evaluating the effectiveness of the HST officers and our safety and livability package. Do you have any sense of idea of like what measurements the business community is looking for, or are they adopting some of the metrics that our chief has outlined, our fire department has outlined? Do you have an idea of what metrics they're looking at?
Thank you for that, Councillor. There are no metrics. So part of the reason why I think they put it in there, and I actually talked to Chamber about it, is they wanted to kind of see even if the city will be able to kind of do this package, right? Because by the time they proposed, we were still kind of haven't taken the proposal to the council for the budget adjustment. And so there are no metrics given to us, and we haven't promised anything to the Chamber or to the Main Street Association that there is stuff that they're looking for. After 6 months, it's really up to them to decide if they would like to give any additional donations. But at this point, I'm just looking at $180,000, which is what we have as part of the proposal, and I'm not looking at the future. But no metrics, no conditions have been discussed, and I did not agree to anything, or neither did Chief Umak.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Bang?
No, I just wanted to say thank you.
And this is the part we're discussing this, right? This is it? Okay.
This is it.
So I've been thinking about this, and my response is not, I'm not taking into consideration things I've heard tonight. I appreciate the comments and the thoughts and the reflection. That means a lot to me. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I'm typically one of the counselors that will say something that's unpopular. And when I think about that, I think about those individuals that are wearing a badge, whether you are police department or part of the fire department. I'm just not a fan of police officers engaged in taking care of the homeless. I just don't think that's your responsibility. I think it is your responsibility to make sure that safety stays as a priority. And I've been very vocal about that. The hard part, I'll go ahead and say this, when there's time for us for a vote, I will not be supporting it. And the reason why I'm not going to support it is because this is a very slippery slope. You're going to hear from the city attorney. He's already given us some guidance on this, that yes, can the city take these funds? Sure, they can take these funds. My response to anybody that wants to give us money, I think that money needs to go to another entity. Meaning, for instance, do we have homeless advocates in this space tonight? Yes. Do we have churches in this space? Yes. I think the Seed of Faith is here. I'm a firm believer that if there is someone who would like to give money to help in a situation like this, I think it should go to either one of those organizations or someone that identifies as a faith partner. And the reason I say that is because this is not a situation to where we can spend our way out of it. And as a policy advisor for this state, I can tell you, we have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars in the past 4 years, and we are roughly in the same place. Now, someone's not going to like what I just said. Have we made some progress? Yes. Are there some people that are off the street? Yes. Are there folks getting the treatment that they need? Yes. We have made progress. Right now, in this current environment, when we know come November 1, there are going to be so many folks that are not only going to have a job, but they're not going to have food. And so the last thing I want to see is that we add more numbers to the street when folks are kicked out. So with my response, I'm very appreciative. I'm appreciative of the money. I say give it. Give it to somebody else. And if you need help in identifying who that partner is, invite me to the table. I will help you identify some of those partners. I just believe it's a slippery slope when we decide as a council to take outside funds to fix a problem that we know we cannot fix. I yield the floor.
Councilor Varney.
Thank you. I will have something else to say later, but I'm curious, we're having this discussion, but we don't have a motion on the floor or anything yet, so I don't even know what we're talking about. What are we doing here?
The city attorney is going to interject.
Thank you, Councilor. Dan Atchison, City Attorney. Before council starts on deliberations, and we'll have a motion to do that, the testimony that we received tonight had a number of requests for Mayor Hoy to recuse herself in consideration of this issue. The city previously received a letter from Paige Barton of the Marion County Democrats asking her or demanding that she recuse herself because of campaign donations that were received by her PAC. We submitted that letter and a request to the OGEC for an ethics opinion under state ethics laws regarding conflict of interest, prohibited use of office, or any other violations of ORS Chapter 244. OGEC responded, and I'll provide this so it'll be publicly available, that Julie Hoy would not be met with a statutory conflict of interest, prohibited use of office, or any other violation of ORS Chapter 244 should she participate in the City Council's decision to accept a donation to the city. Ms. Barton also suggested that the mayor should recuse herself under Section 62 of the Salem Charter. That section of the charter pertains to public hearings. This is not a public hearing, so it is not applicable. Further, this is a donation to the city, not to the mayor or any other individual. So Section 62 of the charter also requires there be a pecuniary or financial benefit to an individual before that section applies. And in my opinion, because the donation is to the city and not to an individual, there is no pecuniary benefit to any other person other than the city itself. Thank you. And now we can proceed with the motion.
The motion is written, the recommendation, I move to accept the donation to fund 2 police officers for the homeless service team for 6 months with the potential for an additional 6 months of funding.
Second.
Motion and a second by Matthews. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. Yes, I'll start. I have found this motion very difficult to make, I guess, the best decision. I want to thank our city manager. I know that she worked very hard at explaining to the donors that this would be for the homeless service team, which I believe Chief Womack has explained. The work that they do, the services that they do, really are there to help the unsheltered find services that they need. And it takes a lot of time to build that trust. I still feel very anxious about accepting this donation, especially with the contingency that the evaluation is they might contribute again 6 months later. And I feel that the optics of that is not very good. And it is something that, again, concerns me. So I had written a few notes, and I would say that I appreciate the generosity and the spirit behind the offer, but I share the goal of creating a safe and clean and healthy downtown. However, I want to ensure that the pilot approach remains sustainable, transparent, and equitable across the city. While I respect and welcome the community's partnership, I am cautious about depending on private donations to fund police positions, especially. The optics of this could unintentionally create expectations or perceptions about influence over where and how those officers are assigned. I firmly believe that our public safety priorities should stay publicly funded and managed. I also reviewed our website, which has a page where you can donate. And there's several different departments that you can donate to. While there isn't one right now for public safety or public health in particular, I feel like maybe that would be an opportunity for us, the council, to consider adding, or to have an option for those that wanted funding, donations to go to a specific area. So I think that's something that we might want to look at. So at this point, I will not be voting in favor of this.
Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, councilors. I share in the concerns raised by the public testimony tonight and my peers. And my answer is simply this, that we don't need to accept those funds today. And we have accepted donations of various kinds in the past, but we don't have to accept this gift today. Instead, I want to come back to council with a motion at one of our meetings in November with a draft gift policy, a donation policy. We need a written policy to guide donations of this sort, ones that have raised a lot of eyebrows about corruption, about integrity, about transparency, about whether people can shape the city in their image because of their ability to pay. And all we need is a simple written donation policy to guide this council and decide, once we adopt that policy, whether this gift complies with that policy. We can have a policy that can prevent any donor from receiving special treatment. We can ensure that our decisions in council are made based on the merit and the public good, not on who's donating or what they want to donate it for. So I appreciate the fact, because I've raised concerns with our city attorney, I've raised concerns with our city manager, and they have both been extremely responsive, which is why I've been working with our city attorney on crafting this policy. And my recommendation is we don't accept the funds today. We craft a donation policy that applies to everybody, so that then we can evaluate this policy against a fair and written and public standard. So that is what I will be recommending. And again, my intention is to come back to council with a motion in November with a policy that I hope will allow us to accept funds to help us with our general fund needs. I want to echo what our city manager said. We, this council, have already decided to expand the homeless services team. We, the council, have already decided that we want more of these officers to provide that balance of accountability and compassion that our police chief talked about. And I think it's important to just remind folks, that's not what the business community said they wanted. They wanted bike cops in downtown. We came back, we meaning Krishna, met with the chamber and others and said, we're not going to give you that, but we would use your funds towards the things that council already wants to do, which is to make this team available citywide 7 days a week. So no, you don't get to dictate who or when or what. So I think that that is a great first start. But to address the concerns that have been raised from my peers and the members of the community here tonight and the people who've been writing in written testimony, I think we need a written policy for the sake of transparency for everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
City Manager, I had a question for you, I suppose. And I'm sorry, I know you are trying to get out of here, and I apologize that this is going longer, but do we have any other recent history where we've accepted gifts?
Yes, recently, Center 50 Plus, I think we received close to $2 million. Is Gretchen Bennett, and I can't see her here. Yeah, Gretchen. So Community Services Director, Gretchen Bennett, I think it was somewhere between 1 and 2 million, I think. Gretchen.
Hi, thank you. Gretchen Bennett, Acting Capacity Community Services Director. The Friends of Center 50 Plus received approximately $900,000, if my memory serves.
Okay, so the Friends of Center 50 Plus received $900,000. I only mention that because, and this I'm going off an article, that $2.7 million was received by Center 50 Plus. It says the Friends were happy about it, but it doesn't say they received it. But they were actually the entity that contributed to the city.
They being, yeah, my understanding is that the gift was provided to the Friends organization, who in turn is providing funding into the city of Salem to achieve the objectives that everyone's agreed upon.
Gotcha. So in this scenario, and I'm trying to piecemeal how that's different than our current scenario. So it sounds like there's a scenario now where the Chamber and the Salem Main Street Association are the ones that are providing the funds to the city. And they received a pass-through, what I'm going to call it, from another entity or multiple entities that this council seems to be concerned and multiple of the community members seem to be concerned about. Who was the pass-through entity for the Center, or for the Friends of the Library? Or sorry, Friends of Center 50.
I'd want to go refresh my memory. I wasn't prepared to speak to that tonight, and I want to be sure I'm answering correctly.
Gotcha. I'll wait for that one.
Councillor Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make sure we're bringing it kind of back to basics. So the current package that is on the table that council approved earlier this month, the city has already been able to find funding for the programs through, I think you had mentioned cost-saving avenues. Is that correct? And I see you shaking your head, so my understanding is correct?
Yes, you're
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Matthews, it's correct as I had recalled it. The gift came from the donor to the Friends of Center 50 Plus, who in turn has granted some funds from that grant to the City of Salem to achieve objectives.
Yeah, that's perfect. My question, though, is who was that original funder?
Oh, sure. The Center for Community Excellence with Mountain West Investment.
Okay, and then where did they come from? All right. See, my point is, and you don't actually have to answer, my point is that this is all somewhat consistent with history. And I guess it would be my opinion then, if we're going to have concern over this $180,000, we should also have concern over the funds that we accepted for Center 50 Plus that allowed them to, right, yeah. So with that, I guess that would be my concern, is that if we're going to say that this is a concern, should we be looking at those previous funds as well and saying that we shouldn't be accepting those. It's my opinion, no. That's my honest opinion, because I don't feel like tonight's is a concern either. It sounds to me like there isn't any strings, and City Manager, you can correct me if that's right or wrong, but there are no real strings. It doesn't sound like these entities are dictating for us where we should place these cops, in fact, or these homeless services officers. It sounds to me like they aren't dictating when it's going to be or when they're supposed to actually be on the streets. Doesn't really dictate even what they're supposed to do. They are only providing $180,000, and we were already going to do these officers. And so I guess I'm just a little confused as to why in one scenario it seems to maybe be okay, and in another maybe it's not.
Councillor Tigan.
Thank you, and maybe this would be a question for city staff as well. I seem to remember that the funding for putting the levy on the ballot was also a donation. Does the city staff remember? I think that came from the Friends of the Library. They collect sometimes anonymous donations. They go into the Friends of the Library, and then the Friends of the Library gifts it to the city. Is that how that worked as well from city staff?
Dan Atchison, City Attorney. I think technically the way it worked is we offset general funds with a donation from the Friends of the Library.
So, okay. Councillor, if I may, if the question is about do we know who the donors are, we don't keep track of the donors.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of using outside funds for things that would otherwise be paid for by the city.
Yes. Councillor Barney.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to say I'm totally in support of the pilot programs that we all approved back on October 13th. I think that's definitely the way we need to go with the additional coverage, and so I really support everyone supporting it. In my experience with the homeless services team officers, back from a couple of years ago when we first started working with them with Wallace Marine Park, I mean, the conversations with them about their compassion, the fact that they prioritized before they could help get people connected to services, they had to build trust, and that sometimes it took 4 or more times for them to get together and relate and everything before they could even start building that trust. And so that's why I don't see the HST as just regular police officers. They truly are outreach and help connect in a very, very compassionate way. So I am very, very supportive of the program. As for the donation, my concern is that when I looked at the letter that talked about the donation and I looked at the staff report, they said a couple of different things. And so the letter talked about just focusing on HST downtown versus the staff report that said it was broader, et cetera. And so I guess what I was going to say, one of the things we don't have a specific contract or agreement or something, you know, we're saying 2 different things. So that bothered me a bit. It makes me a bit uncomfortable not having clear guidance, if that makes sense. Another thing, just the whole idea, and based on the testimony we've received tonight as well, I think there are quite a few members in the community that agree that the optics and perception of at least the manner in which this is proceeding with the donation just doesn't look that good. A comment I wanted to make is I really appreciate the thought and the idea that downtown, the chamber, the group want to help support this program. But one of the things I ask is, in the past when we've had the Revenue Task Force, we've had discussions about ways to raise revenue to help support the general fund, which supports programs just like this, we've received a lot of pushback. And if we were to get support in the form of looking at sustainable revenue options for down the road, that to me would be a way to fund these types of general fund programs in a different way, but wouldn't it be accomplishing the same thing, but in a transparent and publicly accepted manner? So I just wanted to mention I was looking at it from that perspective. If we had the support, it would be accomplishing the same thing, but it wouldn't have this cloud hanging over it like the donation. Anyway, thank you.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. I know I've said it a couple times, probably for over a year and a half. I'm on the Solid Waste Committee, and I have brought up the idea of either a slight increase in the franchise fee or a 50-cent charge on our garbage bills. That would pay for 2 homeless service team members and 2 SOS. So I have been promoting that service and suggesting that that might be a way that it could be funded. And I know that that's something that may come forward in our next budget cycle. But to Councillor Varney's point, I think that we have been looking at opportunities that would be a small fee, publicly funded to provide these services. So thank you for bringing that up.
Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up again, since now we know what we're talking about, right, Councilor Varney? Since now we know. This is a big struggle for me. And I've said it, I'll say it again. Yes, I am in favor of finding a way to make sure that we can clean up the city. I'm all about that. I'm all about trying to find ways where we can have some form of a co-response model. I'm all about that. I'm all about making sure people feel safe walking in all of our parks. I'm all about that. And I'm okay with taking people's money. Right now, in the current environment that we're in, I'm struggling with that. I'm struggling with taking money from a private donor, and God bless his heart, or their heart, but we still have a need that's growing dramatically when we think about November the 1st coming around. And that may not mean a lot to some people because some people are well off and they don't have to be in SNAP lines. But there are a lot of folks that are in some serious need. And I think the mindset that we need to have is to find a way to shift toward those, to that greater community. And what does that look like, feel like, or sound like? I don't know. I just think like right now, optically speaking, I just don't think it's a smart move. And I think Councilor Nordyke said this, like to have a policy in place to accept money. Well, I'm all about having a policy to accept money. I just think the community needs to be a part of that also. Because if the community is going to tell us this is not a good idea, and we decide to adopt a policy anyway, now we're back where we were 2 years ago. And so if we're still trying to find a way to build trust, because it still feels like to me we don't have it yet, if we don't have the trust from the community and we push this forward, I don't know how that wins trust. I struggle with that. Hopefully I'm not the only one.
Councilor Tigan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a great conversation. I really appreciate hearing everyone's views. It's difficult because we're doing it in real time. You know, this is our responsibility. I think coming into the conversation tonight, you know, we voted unanimously to push forward this package that the city manager described and the chiefs described their role in it. And just on Wednesday night, we met as a budget committee and talked about what it would take beyond this $600-some thousand, right? If we're gonna continue these programs into the next year or into perpetuity, taking those, you know, 50%, or taking those 6-month positions and making them permanent. To me, that's really the next conversation to have, is really working with the budget committee and trying to understand, are these investments having an impact that we want them to have? But make no mistake, we're $600,000 deeper in a hole after October 13th. That's money we didn't actually have. We have a deficit in our general fund. It's structural, and every time money appears because of the great work of the city to be efficient, and we spend that money, it's just we're further in a hole starting July 1st the next year. So what I appreciate about this donation, and I think there's a lot of the public comment today put a lot of bigger policy questions on the table than we're deciding. And so it muddied it a little bit, but when I think about what we're deciding about today is, do we have, what's going to be the impact of that $600-some thousand getting to next year and our next cycle? And I feel like I'm ready to accept this donation because I think it also represents the community coming together and saying, okay, well, we'd love to see what you can do in 6 months and inform your next budget on these issues. I think I've said this in a number of forums. The things that the homeless service team address and the SOS team address, we have a 4-day solution to a 7-day-a-week issue. And we need to be serving those folks 7 days a week. And this gets us 6 months of figuring out if that works. We get a donation to help make it happen. We get to decide as a council through the advice of the budget committee whether or not it makes sense to keep it going into the future. I appreciate the public comment we heard tonight. I'm still ready to accept this donation and hopefully move forward as a community. We're going to dig ourselves $600,000 deeper trying to figure out if this is the right way. We've already made that decision. The question is, do we want to go $600,000 or 420 or whatever the math works out to?
Councillor Gwynn. And I agree with you, Councillor Tigan. I also have ridden along with our homeless services officers, and those gentlemen work 4 days a week. So that means if they go and meet with that person at either out south, they're right next to the freeway, there had been quite a large camp, or they meet someone at Wallace Marine. If they meet them on a Thursday afternoon, and that person says, you know, I'm not ready today, I might be ready tomorrow, but I'm not ready today, they can't go back again until Monday, because right now we don't have 7-day-a-week services from those guys. And they are incredible individuals. They not only know the service providers, they know almost every unsheltered person in our community by name. It is amazing. And they do have the respect and the trust of those folks. And I want to see them succeed, and I want to see them continue to do their great work. So I will support the motion.
Councillor Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. This donation gives me a lot of pause, and even more so after hearing public comment today. And I think back to over the course of this council's conversation and our extensive work session on this strategic action plan. I've heard public testimony from downtown businesses and even Main Street right here in this forum that they would withhold their property taxes if we didn't give them what they wanted. And this is property taxes that help fund these services, that help fund our law enforcement, our fire department, our other services like our library and Center 50 Plus and our parks. And everybody here heard how much skill, precision, and coordination is needed to ensure that when an emergency happens, there is an immediate response and people are are saved from harm. And so this strategic action plan has been years in the making. It didn't just happen overnight because one person in June said, we need it. These solutions, the HST team started 3 years ago at the with the prior council. The SOS team started way back when, and the CARE pilot team has been an idea, a seed that was planted all the way back in 2019, all the way back in 2020. And it was the council then who decided that homelessness was an issue that needed to be a priority and to be brave enough to try something different from past policies. And so I agree with Councilor Brown that I struggle with this donation a lot, but even with that said, I do believe that there is a place for public-private partnership in our community to ensure that the strategic action plan that it has been in the making for years is able to support our homeless service team who go out and build trust with our unsheltered, allow us to have the funding to ensure that our co-pilot response, our CARE team is successful, and we can have more time for sustainable funding. And so the initial donation proposed by the chamber was for 1 year of bike cops dedicated to downtown. But I appreciate the city manager and the chief of police sitting down with the chamber, trying to make that private partnership work and having them come on board with our strategic action plan, something that the council has discussed for weeks and for months now. And so the hiccup for me is the reevaluation to come back and fund for an additional 6 months. But I think Councilor Nordyke brought up a good point that maybe we do need a policy in order to create transparency for when we accept these donations to fund our public service and our public safety needs. And so I think that such policies need to be made in a public setting and decided upon our elected officials who represent our constituents, rather than through the donation of private entities, which to me can kind of be on the cuffs of a private group setting public policy for our city. And I just don't think that that's transparency for our constituents, and they deserve that. So thank you for listening to my thoughts and kind of my struggle with this donation. But I think at the end of the day, I want to ensure that our CARE team is able to be successful. And so with this donation, I appreciate the spirit of it. Thank you.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you again. And I appreciate all of the comments my fellow councilors have made, and it is very challenging for us because we come into the room and we can't read the room. We sometimes don't know, and I appreciate all of the public testimony provided and your passion for the unhoused and the optics that you see. While I recognize Councillor Matthews trying to point out that the same person has given generously in other areas, and again, appreciate greatly the generosity that person and others that have brought to our community. I feel that this choice here is just a little murky. The optics are not clear. I would prefer to see what motion Councillor Nordyke can bring forward, and also, again, look at other opportunities that might be able to provide a little more clarity and transparency. And again, it's not to say that I don't appreciate the generosity. I just feel that the optics is a little murky on this one.
Councilor Barney.
Thank you all for what you've said. Yeah, I agree. You know, this donation this generosity would really help to relieve the financial burden on us. getting through the year. It truly would. But then I look at it, and at what cost? Right now, we are struggling with trust and transparency, and the motion, as it's worded, just says accept the donation to fund the 2 police officers and for 6 months with the potential for an additional 6 months of funding. It's too vague for me. I'd feel a lot better if I had some sort of an agreement or contract that actually spelled things out better. Thanks.
Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm going to sound like a broken record. I said this before and I'll say it again. We are spending millions of dollars to fix a problem, and we haven't fixed it yet. We've spent millions and we're still spending. I am 100% on board with making sure that we can take care of the unhoused population. I am all about that. And at the same time, I do believe there are entities that we gave money to in the past 5 years to where they could have teams out there in all of our parks to meet with those folks that are unhoused. We gave money to a lot of those entities. And so my question is, again, to folks who have received funds, whether it's from the state or from the city, is that we need accountability on all fronts. On all fronts. If you received any kind of money, a part of me says, yes, if we gave you money, you need to have accountability for that money. And that goes whether the entity is Arches or whether it's Church at the Park. Doesn't matter to me. If the shoe fits, wear it, and then find a way to make sure you're accountable for all the funds that we gave you. Now, what I just said is controversial. People don't like that. People do not like to hold folks accountable. At the end of the day, it is about the folks who are on the streets who do not want to be there. And I'm a firm believer that we cannot police the homeless. There's no place for them to go. And just locking them up isn't going to fix it. Because the moment they're back on the street, we're back to where we were. And I'm going to be quiet in a few seconds, but I'm going to say this one last piece. If we're trying to find a way to bring our community together, and if we keep stumbling over the same thing over and over, I don't know how that's going to help us. I just don't know how.
Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Listen, folks, all I'm saying is we meet again on November 10. Give me an opportunity to bring you a motion with a proposed policy that I think will help address the suspicion that this donation has generated for a lot of our residents. We're at a time where we have a trust deficit with the public. And having a uniform policy that applies to any donation moving forward makes sense to me. It builds public trust because people should know who is giving money to our city. And it can also protect us, city officials, whether you're staff or counselors, from allegations of favoritism by setting standards that prevent the acceptance of gifts that could influence anyone's duties, especially if the donors have an interest in the city business. And it can also prevent a donor from receiving special treatment in exchange for gifts. Again, we should be assessing donations, assessing our decisions based on the public good, not on what an outside source thinks we should be doing. And so all I'm saying is I would strongly recommend that this council take a moment, consider and process all the information we've received tonight to take a look at a policy for accepting donations of this magnitude, because we know that let's just say as soon as these HST officers get going, we're going to see a positive difference. There's no doubt in my mind that in 6 months, you're going to see more people connected with services, and that our officers are going to use that trauma-informed approach that they've done this entire time, just like how Councilor Gwynn. So I'm not worried about them measuring up. I know they will. This is not about the merits of the HST program. I believe in that program. But I honestly think if we just wait until one more council meeting to consider a policy that can apply to this And the next donation, which should come 6 months after that, because I'm confident we will get positive results using our metrics, we don't want to be in this situation again. We need to be improving and building upon public trust. We really need to work on that as an entire body, as city leaders, chiefs of police and fire, our city manager, city council, all of us need to be doing everything we can to work on the trust deficit. And this is one of the ways that we do that. And we absolutely have a financial need for this money. Councillor Teigen, I agree with you. Do we need the money? Of course we do. Everybody knows that. I certainly know that. I want to find a way to accept these funds, but I want to do it in a way that I'm not eroding trust with our residents in the process. And I think it can be done. There's no need to accept that money. We're not out of money today. We actually don't run out of city dollars for a deficit until fiscal year 29 or 30, if I remember correctly. So I'm just asking, let's just take a moment, because we have a lot of other things to cover on tonight's agenda too, and consider having a discussion about what a policy can look like so that in the future, if anyone wants to bring a gift to any of our entities, they'll know what is expected. And that donation process will go a lot more smoothly. Thank you.
Councillor Teigen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is just, I think, also just a way for us to continue to get to know one another as counselors, how we make decisions, how we don't make decisions. I'll just say that, and this comes from my own experience working inside government for over a decade, we often have a tendency within government, and this isn't a criticism of city staff on this matter, but not a but and. We take sprints and we turn them into the hurdles, and we take the hurdles and we turn them into the steeplechase. We have already gone through a considerable process as a council to vote unanimously on a program to test out new ideas on how to be as responsive as we can on a short time frame to an issue that 43% of our community has told us is their number one priority. Now we have someone who wants to give us money to fund it. Respectfully, Councillor Nordyke, pushing it off for another week to consider a very complicated policy for receiving donations, which, as you described it, doesn't sound like anyone would want to put their name, not their name, but a donation through, is taking, this isn't even a sprint. We're already at steeplechase, and I don't know what is a more complicated race than a steeplechase. It's like a 50-mile mud race. So just for my own, I feel like there's a lot of people who would watch a meeting like this and say, oh my gosh, what is difficult about this? Take the money and test the thing out, and let's come back in June and see if it's something we're actually going to fund into the future. That is just like my common sense filter on this, and I'm still voting yes.
Yes, City Manager Numbery.
Thank you. I'll make it very quick. I just want to kind of reiterate, like, this has been a long, drawn process, but every step of it, we have been very transparent with the council. And as I was kind of talking to the Chamber and Main Street Association, we have given update to the council. And it's important for me that I say this, because as I'm working with different stakeholders, everyone has been very respectful, professional, and kind to work with the city. So far, that has been my experience from different communities, different stakeholders in Salem. My interaction with both Chamber and Main Street Association was not contentious. They understood where I was coming from. Both Chief Womack and I expressed where our position is. It was respectful, it was professional, and we were able to come to consensus on, okay, this is they agreed that they want to come on the council goal or the council policy. So as we speak about trust, irrespective of how it goes tonight, I'm not talking about that, but it's important for me to say this. As a city manager, when I look at the community and being here for 26 years with the city and in the community for 30 years, one of my priorities is bringing this community together to set a better future for Salem. That means, I respect each of you for your perspectives, your passion, and your commitment that you bring to this, but we need to be, our success depends on everyone's support. I just kind of want to say that, and I appreciate the generosity. I know there was a very long, drawn process, but I also understand why the council is struggling with this. But I'm really hoping that we don't lose momentum as we are bringing, as people are willing to come together on it. And some of you are actually sitting here that it has been a good process, irrespective of whichever the direction the council takes. I'm very grateful for all of you and the community.
Councillor Barney?
Sorry, I just had one quick question. During the negotiations with the donors, city manager, if we did not accept this evening, what happens to that money? Is there a chance that it and maybe the whole 360 be available after we have a chance to review the program? And, if it's turns out as we hope, and we really believe that it will do well. I mean, did that ever come up in the discussion at all? I mean, what happens to the money if we don't accept it? Does it just go away?
Yeah, so I always say, if you ask me a question, I will always answer and respond. They haven't really talked about that with me, but I can only speculate what's going to happen. And my speculation is, we have been going through this for a while now, right? And I'm not sure if they will be willing to give this donation if you keep kind of extending it, because it has been a long drawn process, but I'm only speculating at this point. I have no idea. They didn't say anything to me. Part of it was no strings attached, and they didn't really talk about metrics for 6 months. They came on, they really wanted to support the council plan. So I don't know. If we say no, if we extend it, I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Councillor Nordyke?
Thank you, Mayor, and I really do appreciate the discussion here. I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person tonight, it's really hard to know where my peers stand on a lot of things until the cameras are live. And so at this point, I'm trying to understand, do my peers even think we need a written gift policy at this point? Because I see the value in it. I've been advocating for it tonight. I'm not going to repeat all the reasons why, but I want to know, even if this council were to vote yes tonight and accept this money as is, partially anonymous tonight, are they interested? Are my peers even interested in having a written gift policy? Or are we going to continue in this very ad hoc position where there's a few closed door meetings between city staff and a donor, and then it comes to council and we decide how to actually use that money? That feels like this is a very unusual gift. And so I would just like to know from my peers, and I'd love to hear from them, do you think we even need a written policy? Because to me, I think we absolutely do for something like this. But I don't want to bring a motion in November if it's just not going to go anywhere. So it would be helpful for me to understand where my peers are feeling on that. And do they really feel that this is a sufficient amount of information to move forward as is and just consider gifts as they come up, when they come up, just on an ad hoc basis? So I would love to hear from folks on that.
Councillor Matthews?
I'll give you my 2 cents, but I also don't want to get too far off the path from what we're supposed to be deciding tonight. But as far as I'm concerned, council has full control over every gift that's offered, no matter if it's this one or any other one. And I think that, to me, is good enough. It's good enough that if on each individual basis, if we're deciding whether or not we have the information we need or don't, we decided on that particular merit. If someone wanted to remain anonymous, I don't have necessarily a concern with that. We all ran on the idea of collaboration. I mean, I'm assuming. I don't know the politician that hasn't in the last decade. I mean, it's just real, right? But as these opportunities for collaboration come up, it seems like we push them away a little bit. I think tonight's an example of that. The business community traditionally has not felt supported, I don't think, in this community. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb there. And tonight, they're reaching out an olive branch, another one, and it seems like we're kind of holding them at arm's length again. This seems like a failure on our side, in my opinion. It seems like a collaboration that we're not allowing, not that they're not allowing. It seems like they put no restrictions on this. It seems like they've offered $180,000 for a 6-month program with a potential they're going to re-up it. What does it matter what metrics they use? If they don't re-up it, plan on the 180. If they re-up it, then you get 360. You kind of can't lose. And so I guess I'm confused, or I shouldn't say confused, but I get it, I guess, but that's the part that's a struggle for me, is that part of this whole role is about collaboration, and it seems like we're holding that collaboration at arm's length. And so that's my take. So I'm still a yes on this, and I don't personally feel like a policy is, at least I don't see the necessity for a policy personally yet.
Nothing further? Could we, actually, Councillor Nishioka, could you repeat the motion, and then we'll call for the vote?
I move to accept the donation to fund two police officers for the homeless service team for 6 months with the potential for an additional 6 months of funding.
Thank you. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Tigan.
Yes.
Councillor Nishioka.
Nay.
Councillor Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Nay.
Councillor Vang.
Yes.
Councillor Nordyke.
I have a lot of reservations about this, folks, and I don't feel like I've gotten a clear direction from my peers. So very, very reluctantly, I'm going to vote yes, but we're not done talking about how we talk about these gifts. And it's only because of all the work that Krishna has done to make sure that we control how this money is used, that is the only reason why I will say yes tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Varney.
Based on the letter that says downtown, City of Homeless Services team, I say nay.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Yes. Motion passes. We're going to take a 10-minute break. All right, let's call this meeting back to order. And I challenge every one of us to move very quickly through the rest of it. Okay, we are now moving on to the consent calendar. Councillor Nishioka, to the consent calendar.
I move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwen. Councillor, to your motion.
Thank you. The consent calendar consists of 3.1A minutes from October 13th, 2025 council meeting, 3.1B October 20th, 2025 council work session, resolutions 3.2B, adopt resolution number 2025-26 fiscal year supplemental budget 3, increasing expenditures, appropriations, authority, and revenues in the general fund for the police department. Action items 3.3B. No. But thank you for calling it out. Adopt a council policy establishing an annual report framework and review of governance groups and a policy for the creation of new governance groups. 3.3C, authorize city manager to apply for and accept a 2025 and 2026 critical Oregon airport relief grants for the Salem-Willamette Valley Airport. And 3.3D, authorize city manager to execute the attached purchase and sale agreement for acquisition of real property located at 2060 Wallace Road Northwest. 3.3E, approve a 5% salary increase for the judges pro tem effective October 27th, 2025. 3.3F, approve the employment agreement for the city manager. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councillor Matthews?
Aye.
Councillor Gwen?
Aye.
Councillor Brown?
Aye.
Councillor Vang?
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councillor Varney?
Aye.
Councillor Teigen?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Sorry, aye. Motion passes. Okay. No public hearings. We are on to item 5B. Mr. Eggleston, CFO.
Good evening. Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. I will endeavor to keep my comments brief. We do have a presentation coming up, and you should have it in your additions packet. (5B). Okay, we're going to go forward. Okay, real quick, we're going to start with roles. City Council sets policy and adopts the city public purchasing rules. They also adopt the annual budget. I'm going to talk about those two things here in a second. For city staff, city manager executes contracts. Other staff in departments administer and recommend to award contracts based on the city council policy and rules. And then we have a centralized purchasing staff, small but mighty, 3 full-time equivalent positions who oversee, administer, and audit the purchasing process and practices. And just real quick to back up, I'm here because there was a motion to provide an overview of the city's procurement process. So that's what we're doing here this evening. The objectives of procurement based on the Oregon state statutes and our own purchasing rules, value for tax dollars, getting the best price value, fair and open competition, transparency, oversight mechanisms, and just really quick, Some of those things, like transparency, is sometimes at odds with efficiency. So just that dynamic kind of goes back and forth. Purchasing versus budget. This is a question that staff often have, and I've gotten it from City Council. So you can have a purchasing process. You can be approved to purchase something, but if you don't have the budget authority, you can't actually spend the dollars. In the same vein, when you adopt the budget for July 1st, if you don't go through a purchasing process, you can't actually spend those dollars. So you have to have both in place to purchase goods and services. I'm not going to walk through this in depth, but just to walk through the phases, plan, procure, and administer. So there are multiple processes. So often departments reach out to purchasing. You plan how you're going to actually conduct a procurement. You actually go through that procurement, and then you switch to administration. You administer that contract. For types of procurement, goods and or services, those are things that are usually tangible or things that the city pays for. Personal services, accountants, consultants, legal services, professional services, architects, engineers, land surveying, and then public improvements, so construction, concrete, major renovations. For procurement methods, we have a lot of things on this slide. But I just wanted to walk you through the ranges. So depending on how much you're looking to spend, what your estimate is, it determines how you're going to actually procure the goods and or services. And sometimes, like for example, the 5 to 10,000, you can use a verbal quote. That doesn't mean that someone won't use a formal solicitation method just because they're looking for more information. Also in parentheses for each procurement type, you can see how many transactions we had for fiscal year 2025, just to provide some scale. So verbal quotes, 35 transactions, written quotes, 28, formal solicitations, which is the vast majority, 170, sole source agreements, 73, cooperative agreements, 123, emergency procurements, 1, direct negotiations, 32, and direct appointments, 4. Annual contracts. So once you've done a formal solicitation, often what happens is you have multiple renewal periods for that bid. So that's when it converts to, you start the initial year, you finish the solicitation, and then you switch to where it's an annual contract. Until you have to go out and bid again. So departments anticipate the need for the upcoming year. They exercise one of those renewal options, usually based on budget estimates or potential needs throughout the year. And it's based on estimated quantities, and it does provide flexibility as the pricing is already established, and it was bid through a competitive process. And with that, I'll turn it over to you if you have any questions.
I had a question about the procurement methods, and there's, like the first 3, there's a range, but then on sole source and cooperative agreements, it doesn't seem like there's any limit, and I was just wondering what sort of transactions those would be and why there wouldn't be like a range.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So sole source is a more intensive process where the department has to justify the need for a sole source. Often, a good example would be you buy a particular piece of equipment at Willow Lake or something, multiple hundreds of $1,000s a piece of equipment, and you need to buy replacement parts. You have to buy that manufacturer, you have to buy that specific type. So often you do the initial bid for the equipment and then it moves to a sole source for things like that. The other example is when we've had a significant investment in a software purchase, something like that, where you have implementation costs, things like that built up, and you want to renew, say you've been through the 5 years, you want to have 5 additional years. So that's where a sole source could be utilized.
And then the cooperative agreement?
Yeah, so cooperative agreements, it's a tool used by government agencies and others. So it does require that it was competitively bid. So one example is like the city of Salem. We did an RFP process recently for banking services with US Bank. And we have multiple jurisdictions that utilize our contract as a cooperative process. So they don't have to go through a competitive bid because we already did. And they were waiting for us to complete that process in order for them to renew their own contracts. So we do check. We use reliable sources to ensure they were competitively bid. Generally, you get better pricing because when you have that cooperative language in there, firms know that you might attract a larger audience to utilize that contract. Often for software, equipment purchases, things like that are the most common uses for cooperative agreements.
Councillor Matthews.
So with the cooperative agreements, it's not just our own cooperative agreements necessarily. We also sign into the state's cooperative agreement. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, we're welcome to use a cooperative agreement, so we don't have to opt in necessarily. There are areas where you can opt in. You have to pay a fee to utilize things. We don't generally do that. We opt into things like the state of Oregon, formerly Sourcewell, things like that, where there's multiple states that have that kind of program. So it's not just the state of Oregon, but other states utilize cooperative agreements also.
But there's some version of like an overall cooperative agreement, just like you were saying that some provider or some businesses or whoever it is, they sign in with our cooperative agreements. We also sign in with the larger entities' cooperative agreements for ourselves. Is that right?
So all it takes to utilize a cooperative agreement is to include that cooperative language in the contract. So when we do an RFP, it's our standard practice to include that language in there so other jurisdictions can take advantage of that effort we put into the bid process so they don't have to. And then conversely, they do something similar. They include that cooperative language so we can utilize their contracts.
Councillor Teigen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you, on this page, crosswalk some of the stuff that we see on our monthly report? So I feel like the one that always makes my eyes jump out is on the monthly report. Maybe it's responses to RFPs, or I'm kind of working from memory. A lot of them are consulting contracts where maybe we identify a high-end level that we can go to, but it's not necessarily that we're spending that day. Which one of those procurement methods are we using to identify things like the consultant contractors that we use?
Yeah, so it could be multiple. And one example is we might do an RFP for, say, surveyor services or something like that. We might have five firms bid on that. It's not exclusive. We might award to all five of those bids just to have the option and to have the availability. Quite frankly, if we need to, we could offer, hey, we have this job we want to go with. We could offer it to all five and see who's available at the time, which creates some confusion, I think, with how that aligns with the budget, because we have, say, you have $100,000 for surveying services, but you're awarding more than that in contracts, but you're not going to utilize them because you have to have both. You have to have that purchasing process and the budget authority.
Thanks. That's a perfect explanation. I appreciate it.
Thanks for indulging our questions along the way, Josh. Yeah, Councillor Matthews.
Do we have any policy or anything else in place right now that prioritizes or attempts to utilize local business or Salem businesses?
We don't have any formal direction. Recently, just based on conversations, we've begun to bid, not just go with the state agreement for vehicle purchases, but we've had direction. I've provided direction to bid with local dealerships to see if they came in at a lower cost than the state pricing agreement, which has not always been the case, but we've been able to take advantage of that a few different times.
Okay. So with that, I mean, this is not going to come as a surprise. This is more for theatrics for the community. Everyone else here knows I already wrote this motion earlier today. I've actually been working with staff for the last few days to try to draft a motion that kind of prioritizes that exact thing, which is attempting to give Salem businesses, the businesses that pay into Salem, pay into the city, pay into our nonprofits, pay into those things, an opportunity to actually bid on contracts that we would usually just utilize the state cooperative agreement. So with that, I have a motion. All right. I move to direct staff to implement a pilot program to utilize Salem businesses and vendors for certain purchases when a comparable Salem option is available at the same or lesser cost.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Gwynn. Counselor, to your motion.
So again, with the motion, the objective is not to spend $1 more than what we would spend with any outside provider from Salem. The objective is not to spend any more money. The objective is to spend the exact same amount with the Salem provider or a lesser amount. Our state rules, it's not even a question for us. It's a requirement. We have to do that. But it still makes logical sense to me that we should be giving every advantage, if you want to call it that, or pick a different word, to local businesses to be able to actually bid on these things, because so many of our stuff right now is just the process where we go to the state agreement and we utilize the state agreement because we assume they've already done the competitive bidding process for us, and they have. Not to say that the businesses that are involved in the state cooperative agreement are not competitive, but it is, I can speak to this from speaking to multiple business owners in this community. In fact, this is not my original thought. This is from a different business owner that gave this to me just a couple days ago, that for his guys, when they work on any of the Salem vehicles, it is a priority for them because it's a sense of pride. It's a sense of pride that he gets to work on a police car, that his employees do. It's not just about making the profit. It's about being able to support the community and having the community support you. And so for me, that's why I thought it was important that we should try to pilot program, because I'll be transparent, the part we don't know is how much extra time it will take to reach out to these Salem businesses. We have some rough idea based on the kind of proof of concept with the last few months, but we don't know exactly. So the pilot program is kind of designed to be able to come back and staff to come back and say, did this work? Did this not work? Is it something we can either push forward or not? So that's the objective here, is just to pilot something that prioritizes some small businesses or just business generally here in Salem.
Counselor Nishioka.
Thank you. Appreciate the motion and helping support our local businesses. I think it's a great idea. I think, oh, Josh walked away. Oh, there he is. Okay. So I think that one of the examples you gave, and maybe you can help me out, is that you might accept several bids, and then when the work needed to be done, you'd reach out. So I think I would just want to make sure that if, let's say, there's a couple Salem businesses that were secured, but maybe one that's in Albany or someplace else, in that process of fielding them out, which one was available at the time you needed, would you be okay with the fact that maybe Albany was first available so that the work could be done? I'm just wanting to understand, get a little clarity on where we would stop or where we'd go someplace else.
Counselor Matthews.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into how the sausage is made, because I'm not the guy that makes the sausage, right? We're just the ones that kind of set the policy for the goal. And so the goal should be to try to use local business in opportunities that our state and federal laws allow us to. And so if for whatever reason that in a certain circumstance we're not able to, and we're able to justify that we weren't able to because the local business wasn't able to meet the timeline, then I think logically, unless there's some sort of federal or state laws that says we can't do that, that would be a circumstance where we wouldn't be able to do that, or we wouldn't be able to use the Salem business even if they bid. But I mean, I think again, I don't make the sausage, so I can't say exactly what the process would be for that.
If I may, I'm not exactly sure yet. This is a new concept for us. The idea of using local vendors is not, but this particular pilot program is new, so we still need to work out the mechanics of how it would work. So I think when we came back to evaluate the program, we'd tell you how we actually implemented the program also. at the same time. So I'm not sure in that particular circumstance, but I think we understand the spirit of the motion and can bring back information.
Thank you.
Counselor Varney.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember the wording in the motion. Could you read it again, please?
Yes, in just a moment I can. No, it's not on paper. There we go. All right. I move to direct staff to implement a pilot program to utilize Salem business and vendors for certain purchases when a comparable Salem option is available at the same or lesser cost.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I was wondering about when you say Salem businesses, I mean, how big a range that is, number one. And number two, we generally come up with policies to address when there's a problem. And I'm trying to also understand what the problem is here.
I think the idea of we come up with something when there's a problem, there's probably truth in that. I think we should also come up with policy when we see a gap. And so I don't know, I can speak that it's my experience that I'm not sure the businesses that I've spoken to feel like they know exactly that they have a competitive edge on this process, because some of these things they just don't get the opportunity to bid at all. And so this kind of ensures that they get the opportunity to at least bid them.
Thank you, Mayor. Because at least when I was on, maybe it's just my memory, but when I was on the bond committee before, didn't we have a couple of columns as to whether where the contractors were local or close or not, something like that? So we were already looking at that, right? Okay. It's been a couple of years, so I just wanted confirmation that on the bond committee, when we'd look at projects or assign projects there, we did take that into consideration, correct?
I appreciate the question. One clarification is something we track. It's not necessarily something we give a preference to. So we expect Salem businesses to be competitive and to win the work at a high rate, especially for public improvement contracts, roads and construction, things like that. Other areas we don't expect it to be available. Like when we purchase the fire engines, those aren't manufactured here in Salem. So it depends, but we anticipated even with the bond projects for it to be similar to the Streets and Bridges bond back in 2008 as far as performance. So it is something we track, and there's an opportunity certainly for Salem businesses to bid on those projects, but there's no preference given.
Counselor Tigan.
Yeah, I want to thank Counselor Matthews for bringing this forward. I'll certainly be supporting it. I feel like the gap too, but also it seems like just an opportunity to keep money within the community, and rather than it, just heading down I-5 one direction or another. There's some part of me that's like, oh, how long will it take to create the policy, things like that. But we have 300 cities in this country that are over 100,000 people, and something tells me there's a model plan out there. Someone else has thought of this idea. We need to keep money in our community, and really interested to see how your team would implement a policy like this. So thanks for bringing it forward.
Counselor Nordyke.
Thank you so much. So I certainly support the concept of supporting local. I shop local all the time. But my only concern is that Salem is a very small town. And in order to make sure that we do this appropriately, how do we decide which of these local businesses we would support? How will that be done in a transparent fashion? Because a lot of those businesses have interest in the city business, and I want to make sure that, we're doing this in a way that is transparent. So I would expect that whoever we choose for let's say we do find a local Salem vendor and they are the one that is selected for this program, I would want to make sure that we know who those individuals are. If we are utilizing local businesses, I think we need to know the name of those individuals or the name of those businesses, just like we do for working through the state procurement process. So I would expect that same result. I would also expect that these are the kinds of line item decisions that are made for the most part at the city manager level or even below that. If it's a matter that comes to council, then we have to follow our other council rules for whether we have to recuse ourselves from participating in those votes if we have some sort of connection with that business. So I'm all in favor of going down this path, but I also know that this is a very small town, and it's just quite likely that a business could come before us that is someone that we know on a personal level or otherwise. So I just want to have that present. And yes, I think a variety of policies can be crafted pretty easily. We don't have to reinvent the wheel.
If I may, so this wouldn't actually change any kind of approval coming before the city council. It would still be staff administering the purchasing rules, just with this slight change. You would still be well informed of anything over $25,000 coming on your purchasing report. Anything under $25,000 is not a secret. It's a public record and available at any time to be published.
Councillor Bang.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Matthews, I appreciate you bringing this motion. I agree with Councillor Teigen and Nordyke that the concept is great. We should keep dollars here in our local community. In terms of your motion, when you are referencing certain purchases, what types of purchases are you looking at? I know you referenced like maintenance of vehicles, but so that's my first question. And then my second question is, how long is this pilot program? Do you envision this to be like a 6 months thing, a year thing? I just, the motion itself, has a couple of questions that I'd like answered.
Your first question was which type of transactions, is that right? What type of POs?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be anything that was applicable, basically. So if there was a type of transaction that we're allowed to go out for bid, and there is a Salem business that provides either that type of service or that type of good or a comparable good to what we were looking at, that would be the applicable transaction. So is there one specific type of, because the original proof of concept was with trucks, or cars, that's kind of in my mind, and that's why I keep going back to those. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't matter if it was rice. It wouldn't matter what we were buying. It's just anything in those regards. That if it was someone that actually provided that type of service or that type of product in Salem, they should at least be given a chance. I think your second question was the length, right? Mm-hmm. And I think there had been some discussion about 3 months, I think, and then kind of city staff assessing when was the right time to kind of come back after that. But is that correct? I think that's in here. But I think that was kind of the ideology of that, depending upon time, and approximately 3 months.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. So we have a motion and a second. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Councillor Vang.
Nay, specifically because the motion itself doesn't have additional details about how long this program is going to be and the types of purchases it would be applicable. I appreciate Councillor Matthews' information, but the way the motion is written, I vote nay.
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Teigen.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes, and I failed to thank CFO Eggleston for coming forward. Thank you for that. Okay. We are moving on.
So item 5.C, approve the sidewalk infill package recommended by the Bond Oversight Committee, Steering Committee, as listed.
Second.
Motion and a second by Matthews.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm here to discuss the sidewalk infill portion of the 2022 Safety and Livability Bond. As you all know, in 2022, Salem voters passed the Safety and Livability Bond. Part of that bond allocated funding for sidewalk infill at various locations throughout the city. If we can go ahead and bump to, do I do this? There we go. Sorry about that.
Excuse me, just 1 second. May I ask you to state your name?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're
Yes,
okay.
my name's Hayden Dettinger. I'm a transportation planner within the Public Works Department.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Is this going forward? Maybe. I may be having technical difficulties. Okay, I'll just go ahead and work through this slideshow then. I'm going to start with a brief recap of both the established process for the sidewalk infill selection as well as how the process has gone. This process was originally approved by the Salem City Council in fall of 2023. The process began with seeking public input on possible project locations. That project solicitation happened between January and April of 2024. Throughout that process, we received more than 200 total requests. We used a scoring criteria approved by the Salem City Council and the Bond Oversight Steering Committee to rank the requests as they were received. We used that ranking process to sort out the top 20 requests. The preliminary estimate to construct all 20 of those projects was greater than $50 million. The amount of funding available in this bucket of the Safety and Livability Bond was about $6 million. City staff worked with the Bond Oversight Steering Committee between December of 2024 and March of 2025 to identify a preliminary proposed package of sidewalk infill requests of 10 projects. We then took that preliminary proposed package out to the public to seek public input. It was a dual-faceted approach for public input. We both reached out via mail to residents and property owners of properties adjacent to the sidewalk infill locations, and then we attended neighborhood association meetings for all of the neighborhood associations that had a sidewalk infill project within their bounds. We took all 10 of the projects to the neighborhood associations. We received positive feedback and neighborhood association support for 9 of those 10 projects. So I'm here with you all today to look at to seek your approval to move forward with those 9 projects. The 10th project had an approximate cost of about $450,000 was the preliminary estimate. The Bond Oversight Steering Committee recommended that $450,000 be held in contingency until we get a little further down the project lifeline for these projects to better understand what our actual costs are before returning to hopefully select another project to add to the sidewalk infill package. Y'all should have a map in front of you. I'm on, one sec, where's my mouse? Okay, there we go. This is a map of the proposed sidewalk infill package of the 9 locations that were recommended by the Bond Oversight Steering Committee. And then the staff recommendation is to approve the sidewalk infill package recommended by the Bond Oversight Steering Committee. That package is listed below as well as in all of your staff reports. And then to hold that remaining $450,000 in contingency until we can evaluate our total project costs to have a better understanding of what we can spend on an additional project if that money is available. At this time, I'm happy to take any questions that you all may have.
Councillor Teigen.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Sorry to make you go all the way back to the beginning. I think this is a concept that the council is familiar with, but every time I've talked about this project with the community, people need explanation about what sidewalk infill is.
Yes.
And what it's not.
Yes, so sidewalk infill is adding sidewalks where there are currently not sidewalks within our existing pedestrian network. There's pretty significant variance in terms of the scope of sidewalk infill projects. When we were scoring the projects from those initial requests from our community members, 9 of the 20 of our top 20 projects had costs greater than $2 million and 5 had costs greater than $4 million. Following feedback from the Bond Oversight Steering Committee, we moved towards projects that had a little lower price tag so that we could leverage those funds to complete more locations around the city for sidewalk infill.
So more importantly, as the counselor in Ward 1, when I hear about the condition of existing sidewalks and how much work they need, this sidewalk infill program isn't related to the condition of our current sidewalks.
Correct. This is just the completion of sidewalks where there currently are none. There is additional funding from the bond available, or that has been scheduled for sidewalk replacement, but that is an alternate process that's ongoing.
Only question I had. Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Gwynn.
I just wondered the location of the 10th project that's not on the list.
Yeah, so the 10th project was on Ladd Avenue northeast from Evergreen to Park, that small segment. We received pretty strong feedback from both the adjacent property owners and from the neighborhood association that the impacts to landscaping and frontage outweighed the benefit of adding the sidewalk in that location.
Anyone else? Thank you for the presentation. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Gwynn?
Aye.
Counselor Brown?
Aye.
Counselor Vang?
Aye.
Counselor Nordyke?
Aye.
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Counselor Tigan?
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka?
Aye.
Counselor Matthews?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Yes, absolutely. Motion to extend, I hope?
Motion to extend the meeting time. Should I say 10:30?
Maybe 11.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn to extend the meeting to 10:30.
10:30.
We can
Order,
always stop
please call the
sooner.
roll.
Are we voting on that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Counselor Brown?
Yes, aye.
Counselor Vang?
Aye.
Counselor Nordyke?
Oh, I don't know. Okay, fine. Aye.
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Counselor Tigan?
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka?
Aye.
Counselor Matthews?
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, now we're moving on. Chief, come on down. Just to be clear, we're on to item 5D, the Salem Police Department 2025 to 2027 Strategic Plan.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor, Councilors, Chief Womack. Here, happy to talk about our strategic plan for 25 through 27. Just a few quick introductory comments. As a reminder, this is the second 3-year plan that we've had. So we had the first 3-year strategic plan was from 2022, 23 and 24 that we've obviously kind of wrapped up and closed out, and now we're moving into our next 3-year period, which technically started back in January. So this is a delayed presentation and kind of announcement of this plan. So the work that you're going to hear about tonight has already been underway this year. This isn't brand new work that we're just starting. It's just that it took us a little while to actually put pen to paper and get to this presentation point. That's just a capacity issue for the organization. It also speaks to the fact that we have not used any outside consulting dollars to complete this plan. We did this all in-house with our own staff and resources, including the graphics and the narrative and everything. And so a lot of time went into that on top of everybody else's normal work, but we did that on our own dime. So apologize for the delay though. So kick off a little bit here. I think tonight, as far as how we run through this presentation, I'll try to be quick. I know we're late already, but I want to talk a little bit about some highlights drawing from the previous plan, because I haven't had a chance to do that, and how, especially how they carry into the next plan. So you have a document with you. You have the actual hard copy print of the new plan. Looks like that, right? And you also have something in there that looks like this with highlights, which is for the old plan. So I'll start out talking about the highlights from the old plan first, once I get going here, and then we'll move into the overview of the new plan, and then obviously leave time for Q&A at the end. That sound all right to everybody? Excellent. So, and I look forward to that Q&A because I always like to get your input and your perspective. Your questions inform my thoughts and decisions as a policymaker for the organization, and your input tonight is going to be valuable also. Again, this plan was developed to take effect in January, so there's some current discussions that we've been having very recently that didn't exist when we first wrote this plan, so I just want to keep that in perspective too, and also emphasize the fact that This plan does not mean this is all we do as an organization. There's so much other work that's not captured in this plan. And I say that to you all and the community that happens to be listening, because I don't want anybody to feel excluded if they don't see something they're very interested, specifically lined out in the plan. We do much more than that's in the strategic plan. This is just a high-level guidance for our strategic direction as an organization. Hopefully that makes sense. And you'll also, I just also want to note there's some common threads here. When we go all the way back to the beginning development part for our first strategic plan in 2020, there was a lot going on back then. There was a pandemic. There was a social justice movement that had a lot of attention on police departments across the nation, including ours, and scrutiny and oversight. And we did, as a community policing audit. Courtney, hi. Community policing engagement. And so that was over 400 to 450 community members that were interviewed through that process, a lot of community input, multiple stakeholders, and they produced a community policing assessment that arrived about 3 months after I took over as the chief. So this was a new document that I received back at that point. We spent 2021, our answer to that was to embrace those about 70 recommendations and findings that came out of that process and incorporate them into a strategic plan so we could move those forward. So there's some common threads here that tie all the way back to that original community engagement work that occurred in 2020, and some of those are carrying through into the new plan as well, because we took those seriously and we're actively working to incorporate all those in the work that we do. So just touching on this slide here, our overarching priorities remain the same. From the last plan, they were safety, trust, and excellence. Last time we called trust legitimacy, so we've changed that word a little bit, but it's the same idea. So the new plan, we're still going to be focused on these overarching priorities for our Department of Safety, Trust, and Excellence. I want to connect this to our mission statement quickly. When you have when someone asks your organization, what do you do? What's your purpose? What are you trying to accomplish? It comes down to your mission statement. Our mission statement is 3 components, basically, 3 concepts captured in there: to provide superior service, to keep Salem safe, while enhancing trust. So you see the connection there between our mission statement. How do you accomplish your mission? You need a plan, hence a strategic plan. It's directly connected back to our mission as an agency. So going back to, let's just start with kind of a closeout or some highlights from the last plan, because we haven't had a chance to talk about that yet. There was a lot of work. If you look at that original plan, there was a lot of content in there. And that was because we were incorporating all the information from the community that we had received, and there was a lot of visionary work about building towards a community policing model of the future. There's a lot of ground laying work that was captured in there, and we didn't get all of that done, to be frank with you. It was very overachiever wrote that plan. But what happened there, and you'll be sensitive to this as well, is we slammed up against a budget wall as a community and as a city. And so in the middle of that plan, we were talking about potentially reducing police services, shutting down a library. All these things were going on. And thank goodness since then the community came forward and passed a levy that gave us some breathing room. But we were in the midst of some serious staffing and budget challenges in the middle of that plan. And so certain things just couldn't get done because of the capacity issues that we were facing. But I wanted to highlight some of the work that we did get done. So we talked a lot about unsheltered populations, homelessness tonight, which connects directly to crisis response. Also, there was a lot of discussion about de-escalation training for officers and how to deal better with folks experiencing behavioral health crisis and how to interact better with folks that are experiencing homelessness and the homeless service provider community. That was a direct recommendation that came out of the audit, and we wove that into our plan, and we've done a lot of work there. You just approved the expansion of 2 additional HST officers. That team was created out of this strategic plan, and now we're expanding that work carries forward. Crisis response training, we brought in some top-notch, nationally recognized de-escalation training. We held a train-the-trainer class here. We brought folks from all over the West Coast, from other police departments that trained with us, and so we integrated that into the organization. So there's just a lot of work behind that. I'm just trying to touch on it real quickly. We also focused on traffic safety and violent crime reduction. The most obvious thing you're going to recognize there is the Community Violence Reduction Initiative. We had a 15-year trend line of violence increasing in our community. The data was pointing us towards that. We studied it. We engaged the community. We developed a comprehensive and collaborative approach called the Community Violence Reduction Initiative, which hasn't fallen short. The work's still happening. I just haven't had a chance to update you on it very much. Traffic safety, we developed a collaborative, comprehensive approach to traffic safety too, but we hit that staffing issue there where our traffic team had some vacancies for a while because of the staffing challenges. We finally rebuilt that team, so we're carrying that through into the next plan to keep that work going as well. legitimacy quickly. Procedural justice is a foundation. I know 2 city councilors came to a procedural justice class on Saturday that we had in partnership with our community and our officers sitting together learning about these concepts. That's the 3rd phase of our procedural justice training that you participated in. I want to thank you for being there, and we're going to do more of that work because it's foundational to how we build and maintain trust with our community. A lot of organizational work happened internally. We have an entirely different executive team than we did at the start of the last plan. We've restructured the organization around trust and building relationships also. We can talk more about that if you're interested. And then accountability and transparency. A couple examples there. Most obviously, our officers are wearing body-worn cameras now. They didn't have those before. That's a huge step forward. It brought us into this era of policing, actually, and it's normalized now. It's reducing use of force. It's reducing complaints. It's holding accountability on both sides of the lens. So I'm glad we made that step. And then transparency, everything from a transparency portal with tons and tons of information that you can look online and find, annual use of force reports, all sorts of information, to how we interact with the Community Police Review Board, Councilor Vang and Councilor Nordyke. We've made huge strides there too as far as the way we engage and interact with our Community Police Review Board. So all of that work came out of our last strategic plan. Finally, excellence. I'm just going to hone in under excellence on the recruiting and hiring piece because that's what I'm most proud of. We went through, I've been doing this now for 33 years, and at least in my career, but I think even broader than that, historically, we went through a time in policing in Salem and across the nation where we had incredibly challenging times around police staffing. And that was coming through the pandemic and the social justice movement. And so what happened at that time was people who could retire did, and career interest dropped lower than I've ever seen it before. And so we used to be able to do a recruitment for police officer positions in our city, and we'd get hundreds of applications. It got down to 35 or 40 at a time for recruitment. You're only going to hire a couple cops out of that. That's not enough applicants, and you had too many people leaving the organization. So very quickly we found ourselves in the middle of this plan with 26 vacancies. Untenable for our organization. It affects operations across the board, and so we've doubled down, and I'm so proud of the work that my team's done to hire. It's record level hiring. We didn't have a hiring problem. We broke records hiring. We hired 20 plus officers 3 years running. We're on track to do that again this year. And we kept pace basically with that attrition and finally dug ourselves out of it to get below 10 vacancies, which is a 5%, went from a 13% vacancy rate to a 5% vacancy rate. And so we're getting a little more breathing room in the organization again now, and that feels very good to carry that momentum into the next plan. That's all because of our focused efforts that are outlined in a plan, that it kept us focused and we're doing the quality work. So moving into our next plan, I'll be very quick on this. You have a lot of information here too that you can read and go through. But safety, under safety, it's really about improving community and the safety of our staff, our employees, specifically through violent crime reduction and traffic collision reduction. So we're making progress in both of those areas. That's good. Again, this isn't all inclusive of the work that we do when it comes to safety. So please know that. There's a lot of other conversations happening, whether there's conversations about drug enforcement or human trafficking, or there's all sorts of important public safety needs that I hear from the community about that we are working on. But we have momentum on these, and we have a framework in place as far as a collaborative, comprehensive work that we're doing with our community. We want to carry that forward and continue that momentum and expand upon those and drive those numbers down for both aggravated assaults, shootings, and traffic collisions. Trust. We never take trust for granted. We can't do this job effectively without the confidence of our community, and so we want to take that. We don't want to take it for granted. I think it's important that we always call it out as an equal priority with safety. Those things are closely intertwined, and you have to focus on both, because when you're an understaffed agency like we are, you get caught up in the busyness of the work at the expense sometimes of being intentional relationship builders and trust builders. And so we want to call it out as a priority to make sure that we're always focused on that as well, not at the expense of safety, but to the benefit of safety. These are mutually supportive concepts. So we want to remain intentional about building out that trust, continue the engagement efforts and the transparency that we've been working on, and that's outlined a little bit more detail in the plan itself. And then finally, excellence. We can't take our foot off of that gas pedal of our recruiting and hiring mechanism. It takes months, if not a year, to ramp that engine up to where it's firing on 8 cylinders like it is right now. And we can't back off because we can't just keep pace with attrition. We have to keep getting ahead of attrition at this point. Once we reach a point, I do believe we'll get there within the next couple of years of well below a 5% vacancy rate on a consistent basis. Then you know you've got some stability with you in your organization. Closely tied to that, though, is retention and professional development, which we'll be working on. I just looked at for example, our patrol staffing seniority roster. We just went through a shift bidding process for next year, so I had the information available. And out of the 85 officers that bid for shifts on patrol, those are our emergency 911 call response officers, 40 plus had less than 5 years in the job. So half of the officers you see out on the streets in the patrol cars have less than 5 years in the job. That's an extremely positive thing when you think about the energy and the enthusiasm and the new perspectives that are coming into the organization. We just want to take advantage of that as much as possible. But it also means there's some increased risk in certain areas because of lack of experience. And so we have to retain those officers, but we also do work on professional develop to build their skills and make sure they're able to do their job safely and as best and effectively as possible and mitigate some of that risk. So that's all outlined in the plan a little bit also. Final thing I'll say before we have a chance for some questions or comments, if you have any, is this plan is responsive to our community's needs. Like I mentioned, there's some threads that go way back to 2020. There's some new things, but this is an intentional plan that carries forward a lot of the work that we refined out of our last plan, work that we know we can make progress on and we have momentum. But it leaves room for things like what the city manager described earlier in our conversation about our Safe, Clean, Healthy Salem initiative as well, the conversation we've been having about downtown safety, about Northeast Salem safety. There's room for that in our plan, again, because the plan doesn't cover every little bit of work that we do as a department. So we are being responsive outside of the narrative in this plan to our community's needs and interests as well. The community survey that we just received, obviously no surprise there. The top issue, again, the running top issue year to year is the homelessness issue. And you can see reflected in this plan how we've approached that as a convener and a stakeholder and a partner, a collaborator with our community on this issue. And we're going to continue to do that work. So it is in response to the community survey as well. And finally, what I hope this does is build some confidence and some credibility with our community about how we approach policing in Salem. That last bullet, comprehensive collaborative solutions. Think of the Community Violence Reduction Initiative just as an example. There's a problem. Shootings are going up, aggravated assaults are going up. It's a long-term trend line that started 15 years ago. It's been going ever since. We want to turn that down, so we studied the problem by gathering data. We engaged our community intentionally over a series of months. We developed some partners that came to the table. We brought our criminal justice system partners together to focus on the issue, and we came up with a comprehensive collaborative approach towards reducing violent crime in our community. So whatever the issue is going forward, I guess what I'm saying is, whether if we're going to start our conversation, which by the way, we have started another conversation on what a comprehensive collaborative solution around drug use and drug abuse and drug enforcement looks like. We're already having that conversation. It'll be reflected in some future upcoming plan, I'm sure. I hope that what's shown in both of these plans is our approach to policing. That's my point there, is that we're not going to take knee-jerk reactions to things that are happening. We're going to take time. We're going to engage our community. We're going to develop comprehensive collaborative solutions that are smart and effective, and follow those through in plans that hold us accountable to make progress. So with that, happy to take any questions or comments.
Councillor Gwynn.
Well, first, Chief, I wanted to say thank you very much to you and to Deputy Chief Aguilar, who sent the invitation out for us to go to the procedural justice class. I had no idea what that was going to entail, and it was, 8:30 to 4 on Saturday, and I thought, boy, that's a lot of time. I hope I'm not bored. I hope it's not dry. It was an amazing class, and what I will say is I saw during that class how your officers are policing. They were all very, so we had people from records, we had community service officers, there were trainers there. We had folks that were on the job for 6 months or less and up to over 25 years. So a broad spectrum of officers and just folks in your department. And they were all very engaged. They were all very compassionate. They all showed a great deal of empathy. And what I love, so I've gone to some of the ceremonies where new officers swear in, and I never cease to be amazed that so many of our officers are from our community. They are born here, raised here, and they want to stay here. And so many of them have either a parent or a sibling, or they have relatives within the force. So to me, that speaks volumes that you guys are doing something right in your hiring and recruiting, because people want to stay and they want to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Anyone else? Yeah, Counselor Nishioka.
Chief Womack, thank you so very much. I remember when I first met you at a neighborhood association meeting, and at that time got to see your strategic plan that you had just finished. And I want to just thank you for your steadfastness and your, I just respect the work that you've been doing and doing that for our community and for your department. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll accept the appreciation, but it's obviously the 250 plus employees that make up our organization. When we talk about the police department, it's the people that make up the department. They're the ones doing the actual work. And so I'm just so thankful to be able to the honor to represent them. They're making it happen. So thank you.
Counselor Matthews.
Well, I'll start off by just saying I appreciate you kind of saying that the drug enforcement and drug aspects are kind of coming to future conversations and possible plans, because that was one of my biggest concerns with this plan generally. And my original concern was really on the traffic enforcement part, only because it ranked so low for us on the actual priorities for the community when they just did our survey. I think it was number 8 in comparison to drugs, which was number 2. But I understand the concept of we're already making progress in this, and if we were to take our foot off the gas at this moment, that we could lose that progress.
Thank you.
So ideally, I support that. I make that distinction for me was important. I think to be able to know that there is an outcome here where what I feel like is the most important thing that we should be focusing on, and I think some of the community surveys are showing that too, is kind of still in play as far as part of the future conversation that's coming. So.
Absolutely, thank you. And I just have to say, when it comes to traffic fatalities, we went the wrong direction with our last plan. It had a lot to do with not the capacity we needed to really focus on that, but I've said it before, but in 2024, we had a record amount of fatal crashes. 22 people in our community died on the streets of Salem last year. Much lower this year. I'm not going to take all the credit for that with our organization, but we are doing some very smart, directed education enforcement around traffic enforcement. About half of those last year involved people that were impaired somehow, alcohol or drugs, and almost half were pedestrian and bicyclists. So we're building our strategy to focus on those things that are really driving our injury collisions. But that's also why it's still a priority. And it's so traumatic for our community. Imagine the 22 people that were killed, but their families. Every officer that had to make a notification to the family of a deceased loved one. These are extremely painful and traumatic events to go through. So it's one of those competing priorities that we have, Counselor, between there's overdoses going on, there's drug issues, there's fatal crashes, there's shootings happening. There's just so many competing priorities, and we're just trying to kind of sort through those. And I'm taking a real smart approach. So, and I'm excited that we're going from a point where a year ago, I was worried about losing staff and having to cut back further. And now we're talking about adding a little bit and moving forward in a positive way. And we have this foundational work we've done that's ready to launch. That's exciting and optimistic to me. So as we grow, as we continue to evolve and move, as we fill our vacancies, maybe we add some more staff, we can begin to implement more and more approaches towards whatever type of public safety issue we're talking about. And that's why I said I hope what's reflected here is those approaches are going to be comprehensive and collaborative and very thoughtful. And so I'm excited about moving into that realm as well. A little bit of restoration has to happen there. Over the years, we've lost our drug enforcement capacity. We used to have 3 officers assigned to a DEA task force. It's down to 1. So there's also just some restoration of services that needs to occur also. So thank you.
Well, and just as more of this for the community, I think one of the other pieces, and you were kind of talking about it just a second ago, half of our police force is fairly young and newer on the job. Not all of those officers have drug enforcement experience.
Actually,
and so as we're having attrition of our experienced officers move out, they won't be here any longer to help actually guide that drug enforcement aspect if we don't do it sooner than later.
Yeah, two quick comments. I've got to respond. Thank you. So don't forget that we decriminalized drugs in Oregon for 4 years, and these officers have 5 years on the job. And so there's officers that have literally never done any drug enforcement. It wasn't a crime to enforce that type of. And so there's a lot of training and development that needs to happen in the right way. Again, that's what I'm trying to emphasize. This isn't the 1990s anymore, but what does drug enforcement and education and a collaborative response look like in today's day and age? We want to be thoughtful about that, but there's not a lot of capacity of folks that have done that work before. You're correct. So thank you.
Councillor Tigan, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. We voted for 10:30, so we can stay for a few more minutes. You're always on the clock. Yeah. I just want to say, as I have before, I always appreciate your very straightforward communication approach with the council and with the community. And I appreciate you connecting the groundwork you've laid in this plan for the kinds of questions that are set to come before the budget committee and set to come before the council in terms of community policing, the community policing model you're looking to institute and bring back, and quote unquote, with the bike cops, as we like to call them. I think it's really important for folks to hear that that does have at its root the really deep questions the community asked itself in the wake of 2020 and a very difficult year for the nation. And so these kinds of strategic plans are my kind of language, and I just want to acknowledge your leadership in taking this strategic plan and making it something that the community understands and sees out in the community in terms of how our police force operates. So thank you. And I'd apologize that you got a bad time slot tonight for this conversation, but I think the totality of the conversation we've had tonight is about this.
Yes.
And it's about the trust we're trying to create as a community. And so I think it's a great time slot, and it's a great way for us to reflect on the conversation we've had tonight.
Thanks, Councillor.
Well put, Councillor Tigan. Anyone else? Councillor Varney.
Thank you. I really appreciate the plan, the thought in here, the continuity, and then also the way it adapts with the needs and the feedback from the community. I think it's fantastic. I just wanted to say how much I enjoyed that procedural justice class, and I really hope members of the community will attend the next one. Going to just watch officers being sworn in and seeing their families, you see one side of it. But this class gave us an opportunity to interact and participate in different things with the different officers and learning about just their compassion and their passion for what they are doing and serving others. It was, there were young officers there that this was pretty kind of their first career, and there were some that had been in another career for decades even and are now police officers, and talking to them about...
They walked away from a career and chose Salem Police Department, yes.
Yep.
That's significant.
Yep. Yeah. One was 24 years, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I really appreciate it. It was an excellent class. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just quickly respond to that too. It goes two ways. So the whole purpose of having the community in the room with us is to get the perspective from the community as well. I would invite anyone in this room or hearing in the community for an upcoming procedural justice class. I know it's a time commitment. Our staff's paid to be there. Community's not. So I know it's a volunteer effort, but it's well worth the time because it benefits us also. This isn't about just teaching the community about what we do. This is about sharing perspectives, differing perspectives, to build bridges and relationships, and I think that's what happens in those classrooms.
Anyone else? Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to item 5E, Mark Bechtel.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. Mark Bechtel, Assistant Public Works Director for Operations. And the last presentation of the evening is to seek approval of some recommended sign designs for the Salem-Keizer Together entranceway at the north end of town. The Salem-Keizer Together entranceway is a triangular traffic island that's located at the intersections of Broadway Street Northeast, River Road North, and Stark Street North. It started out many years ago as just a triangular piece of property. In 1994, a circular masonry structure was completed and dedicated. And these are some pictures of what it used to look like, both from the north and from the southwest. Notice the oval-shaped signs that were part of that structure. The unfortunate part of the history of the structure is that it became a magnet for errant drivers, and it was repeatedly struck and damaged. In fact, 1 year after it was constructed, and frequently after that until 2024. Tomorrow is exactly 1 year anniversary from the date that you as a council directed staff to remove the structure and to seek a design for an entranceway that be more resilient and less expensive to repair. And so what we have proposed are 3 separate, more standardized metal signs on 2 legs that you would see from the 3 different directions of travel. You would see a Welcome to Keizer sign going northbound on Broadway. You would see a Welcome to Salem sign going southbound on River Road. And for the drivers that are coming from Stark, you would see a Salem-Keizer Working Together sign, all keeping in concert with what used to be there before. One of the directions that council gave us was to seek design recommendations from the Salem Public Art Commission. And one of the main directions they gave us was to look at the entranceway design palette and design guide that has been in place for many years, and to look at the colors and the designs from that and see if we could apply them to the new signs. And so what you see are 3 signs, relatively similar, but they incorporate features from the original masonry structure, but they also utilize the color palette from the entranceway design guide. So the first sign, Welcome to Salem, one of the features is an oval, which ties back to the original masonry structure. The gold color is similar to all 3 signs, is one of the color palette signs. Notice the cherry blossom embedded with the star, and of course, the City of Salem logo. The river signifies the river that flows through Salem, and so that is the proposed sign from the Welcome to Salem direction. The Welcome to Keizer sign incorporates many of the same features, again, the oval and the colors. Their icon is a bearded iris, reflective of the Iris Festival in Keizer. We went through several iris designs, and we have a semi-bearded iris here. Okay. They also like the fact that the river goes along the edge of Keizer as well. And then, keeping with the theme of the whole traffic island entranceway, 2 cities working together for the common good as good neighbors. Salem-Keizer working together with both icons, and again, the river that we both share. As far as the approval process, again, the direction we received a year ago to design a new structure. We got initial guidance from the Salem Public Art Commission in February of this year. Over the summer, Keizer reviewed the designs both in their Public Art Commission and their city staff. Their city council approved the design in August of this year. And then we went back to the Salem Public Art Commission for their review and some further recommendations, which they made and we incorporated. And so tonight we are here before you for final approval so that we can fabricate the signs, go ahead and move ahead with finishing the traffic island. You will notice if you've driven through there that we removed the structure, we re-landscaped it, we've poured concrete footings, we repaired all the irrigation. And so the project to date, we have spent about $20,000, and mostly in staff time and materials. The signs will cost about $1,000 each. And so when we're all said and done, somewhere between $23,000 and $25,000 will be total cost of the project. That's still considerably cheaper than each of the rebuilds that we had to do with the original masonry structure. And if and when the signs are struck again, they will be more, easy to replace and will be less expensive to replace. So, Councilor, we're ready for your motion.
Councilor Brown, did you have a question?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. And I would say I see this sign all the time where I live because I'm only a block away. And I do recall seeing it being bashed many a times by drivers or whoever was not having a good day. They ended up in that little triangle. My question is about the funding. Obviously, we're paying for it, right? Salem is.
Correct.
And that Salem property, the whole little triangle is?
Yes.
And that's the reason why Keizer is not giving us money, because it's our property?
Well, it is our property within our right-of-way, within our city limits. Keizer did participate way back in the 1990s with the original structure. But every time we have rebuilt it, we have never asked Keizer to participate in the cost. Certainly, Council, you could direct us to approach Keizer, but
I can tell you right now, they know what I'm going to say. They need to cut us a check. I said this last time. We're going to send them a bill. We're going to send Keizer a bill because if we pay for our sign, we're going to pay for their sign too. But we're not Keizer.
Well, certainly we could ask them to pay
the
$1,000 for their sign. Yeah, that's something we could certainly do.
For clarification, they're only getting half of a bearded iris? Is that
and if we pay for everything, they're not going to get an iris at all. They're going to get a tulip.
Does anyone have any further questions?
We have 5 minutes.
5 minutes to make a motion and pass it or not. Councilor Nishioka.
This is kind of a joke. I just want to make sure you've gone through the sign permit process.
Councilor, actually, because it's in the right-of-way and it's not involving the ODOT, and because we have looked at the sign code very carefully, we do not require a permit.
Thank you for that.
Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. All right.
I move to approve the sign design for the Salem-Keizer Together Entranceway location at the intersection of River Road North, Broadway Street Northeast, and Stark Street North.
Second. Motion and a second by Gwynn. Anything further?
I don't have anything to add.
Thank God. Okay. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
We have 4 minutes. I'll sit here in silence for 3.5. Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Okay, motion passes, and thank you. It was wishful thinking that we were finished, though. We do have one more motion on the agenda, right?
We do. Should I add 5 minutes?
At least. We have 8 people signed up for testimony.
Oh,
Glad to go to 11 o'clock. We already here.
oh, okay. Should I move to 11 o'clock? All right.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Tigan to extend to 11 o'clock. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Nordike?
Aye.
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Counselor Tigan?
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka?
Aye.
Counselor Matthews?
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn?
Aye.
Counselor Brown?
Aye.
Counselor Vang?
Begrudgingly, aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Moving on to item 5F.
All right. I move to adopt Resolution 2025-25, establishing a limited duration lien forgiveness program, authorizing the city's health officer to forgive liens in the city's lien docket and the associated penalties, fees, and interest resulting from violations of property maintenance code if all property maintenance code violations on the property are corrected.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Tigan. Counselor, to your motion?
I'll pass it off to our city attorney.
I would just like to ask council, would you like a presentation? We have Mitch Nichols from Code Enforcement here ready to present if you would like one.
I believe that's why this was pulled.
Come on down.
Counselor Nordyke, we're just waiting for tech.
Thank you. I didn't know if it was a mic problem again. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Fantastic, thank you. To preface this, my name is Mitch Nichols. I'm the Compliance Services Manager for the City of Salem, and I've been here since February of this year. It's great to join you for this particular reason. The Lien Forgiveness Program overview that I'm about to present captures something that I think has been long awaited. Some of you have personal knowledge of properties in your jurisdictions where people have been frustrated with the lack of compliance over a long period of time. And it's gone on for years in some cases with liens sitting in a lien docket and no action on the property. There's a lot of reasons there hasn't been any action on the property. Some cases we have had people deceased, we've had other people move out of the area, and we've had the liens create such an impenetrable wall of debt that they can't use the property to fix anything. So, that said, uh-oh. More tech problems. Yeah. I'm looking for it. Oh, yeah, got it. There we go. Here's an example of a distressed commercial property that is currently up off of Lancaster. It's the old Sherry's restaurant. This has been sitting there in this state for quite some time, over probably a year's time. The owner was absentee, living in Salem, and very, very reticent to do anything about the property. He was asserting that we needed to get he needed to get a new tenant in there to fix things up for him, and he wasn't willing to do it himself. We issued a number of penalties against the property to get his attention, and he stepped forward with a new tenant, which is now working to cure the problems up there. Here's an example of a distressed residential property, partially burned house, all the debris and junk and trash out in the yard. This is what the neighbors have to look at every day on their way to work and on their way home. This is what the kids see on their way to school and home from school. Here's a neighbor's view of a distressed property from their second floor window, looking down into the property. This is their view every day. I can't imagine you'd want to open the curtain too much. We've had lots of complaints from folks that are duly frustrated with the fact that the city's process for enforcement of these abatements is limited to placing a lien in a docket if they fail to pay or they fail to comply. The Lien Forgiveness Program is is a design that incentivizes property restoration, promotes community livability, and supports financial relief. We're going to encourage property owners to repair or restore properties by removing the financial burdens of the liens. We reduce barriers to property for property transfers by removing the liens on the remediated properties. We can also subrogate the liens to ensure our liens are moved out of the way so people can actually buy and acquire the properties before they're abated, and then enter an agreement to abate through a voluntary correction agreement. Also helps the property owners, particularly those on fixed incomes, that are alleviate financial burdens because they can't use the property to capitalize loans for repairs or anything else. The key issues the program addresses, it eliminates barriers to rehabilitation. Liens inhibit the property owners from rehabilitating the properties. The impact on the property sales, we've talked with real estate agents and developers both who are interested in buying distressed properties but can't because of the liens on the properties. The potential buyers are deterred by the existing liens affecting property values and community aesthetics. The public interest with the Lien Forgiveness Program aligns with goals of good governance, safe and healthy community, and welcoming and livable community. The program participation requirements. Eligibility is the property owner or the lawful authority over the property. This is somebody that is either under contract to purchase the property or somebody with an attorney's or has been made the representative for the property owner by the property owner themselves through a legal authority. Application submission they must apply to the program if there are uncorrected property maintenance code violations on the property. We've got 52 properties in our city where there are corrected violations on the property, yet there are still liens in place. Those individuals will be reviewed by staff outside of the application process, and if possible, we'll just clear the liens off. The compliance agreement that accompanies the application guarantees that the property owner will, by a certain date, by the 30th of June 2026, complete the abatement required for the lien forgiveness. During this time frame, well, here, let's give a little lien statistics first here. Current liens, we have 321 liens totaling $810,000, $104.43 as of August 25th, 2025. The forgiveness potential, 72 properties with liens are eligible for forgiveness. Those are both properties that are in compliance and those that are still remain out of compliance. The anticipated decrease in inspections and associated costs with delivery of inspection services on a repeated basis to these properties will go away with the lien forgiveness and with the incentivized rehabilitation of the properties and the abatement of the liens. Our recommendation is adoption resolution 2525 to establish the lien forgiveness program, and with the goal of fostering community improvement, support, and property owners and maintaining safe and livable environments. I welcome your questions.
Councillor Gwynn.
So my first question is to the eligibility and the application process. So what are the eligibility?
So the eligibility requirements, you must be the property owner or a person with legal authority over the property. So somehow you're like the representative of an estate, as an example.
So what's the criteria, though?
The criteria of the application?
Right.
So, it's very simple. There's no fee, for one. Second, you fill in the information, you give us the information we need, and you complete the form that says, I voluntarily agree to comply with the requirements by this date. We need your name and address. We need the location of the home and the property in question. We need the information pertaining to the legal authority that you have. It should come with the applicant. If there's a lien subrogation involved, it would come from the real estate agent, or the person doing the title company would be sending that over for our signature and review.
Mayor, so on financial implications, there are currently 321 liens, but only 72 are eligible for forgiveness. So
the 321 liens, there are multiple liens on single properties.
Okay.
So there can be multiple violations. And the highest amount of liens on one property is $192,000 collectively.
Councillor Gwynn, go ahead and finish.
I'm sorry, last one.
Yes.
Isn't there currently, because I'm a real estate broker and I have sold a distressed property and we were able to negotiate some of the liens. So isn't there already a process by which folks can do that, or no?
Not from my office that I'm aware of. I can defer to Josh a little bit. No? Okay, he's not aware of any either. If that was done, it was done independently of the city's involvement.
Councillor Brown.
My apologies. I'm going to follow Councillor Gwynn's comment.
Yes.
Out of the 300 plus, you said there's only 71 properties, I think.
Yes, so there's 72 properties. 72 total properties with liens in the lien docket. Yes.
But there is no time frame of how long the lien can be on the property? It's on there indefinitely?
That's correct at this time.
But do we have control to change that?
Yes. So right now, the current policy allows for the city to foreclose on those liens if you saw fit to do that. You can also send them to collection if you wanted to do that. Both those processes are available through the administration of our code enforcement program in Title 50.
Okay. Okay, so kind of walk me through this.
Sure.
So say, for instance, you showed a home that burned down. So that could be a family that, for whatever reasons, they can't afford to come back and have the place clean. Would that be a reasonable explanation?
It could be, you bet.
Okay. So, but there could be somebody who owned the restaurant who doesn't live here. They live out of state and they were just ignoring our liens. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So part of me says, how do we help folks who may need the help, right, rather than making it worse for them? And at the same time, how do we hold people accountable who don't live here in the city, but they're not doing what they should be doing?
Well, thank you. So that's one of the considerations going forward after we've completed the Lien Forgiveness Program and gotten as many of those cleared away as possible. Then we're looking at other methods of holding people accountable to actually collect the debt or achieve the abatement required. We haven't explored all that in great detail yet because we're more focused on the relief at the moment.
Yeah. And I want to say I appreciate this. For me, I could talk about this a lot, but Councillor Tigan is looking at me like, Irvin, we need to move this on. I can feel the heat on the right side of my face.
That's okay.
But I want to say I appreciate this, and I look forward to the time when you come back and share more with us about this, because I do want to talk about the financial component that's there, right?
Yes.
You listed over $800,000.
Yes.
That's a lot of money that we currently are not getting back, right?
Well, it's not that we've spent the money. The money is in the form of liens right
Right.
now. There's civil penalties that were imposed for noncompliance,
Which we may not get back.
which we may not recover.
Right.
That's exactly it, yeah.
And I think there's value to let us know, like over the course of the past 2, 3, or 5 years, to show us how much money we have gotten back and how much we haven't.
I can put that together for you.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Councilor Matthews and then Councilor Nordike.
With this lien forgiveness thing, I think it's great. At least the parts I appreciate about it is I appreciate that it sunsets. And so for me, it is true, like the liens are just the fines that we've assessed to these properties, but there is a true cost to us with every one of these too, with the staff time. And, you know, as far as the amount of times that they have to actually go back and look at these properties, and you can kind of speak to that, I'm sure, better than me. But so I think it's a creative way to be able to give people an opportunity with a sunset, and so I think it's a great.
Thank you.
Councilor Nishioka. Oh, whoops, I promised. Councilor Nordike. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. It's getting late, Mayor. I understand. I wanted to ask you about a specific scenario. I have, and I love the program for all the reasons Councilor Matthews said, and so on. I think it's a great idea. I mean, I had a lot of residents come to me to express concern about a home that was just getting trashed in the South Salem area. And we got code of compliance involved. It was a whole thing. It's now owned by the bank, and the bank wants to sell the property. It is still in a single-family residential zoning. It sounds to me like this is the kind of property that might be eligible for lien abatement. I don't even know if there are liens, but I've seen the photos of how trashed the house is. So this strikes me as perhaps an example of a property that might be eligible for this program.
It could be if there are liens in the docket, if it's one of the 72 properties that's listed in the docket. I did go through the list extensively, and I did not see any bank or financial institution ownerships, though. So
Okay.
that tells
Thank
me
you
it's
so much.
possibly not there, yeah.
Okay.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. I'll go first because you always do a better job than me. So my question is more to the point that these are fees or penalties, but there certainly was a lot of staff time involved, and I'm just trying to understand at what cost, in a sense, are we having, and is there also the opportunity of negotiating in the sense of not just always totally forgiving, but maybe seeing if there would be any negotiation? I'm just trying to understand that cost to the work that's been put into it.
The way we design the program, it's designed to forgive both all the liens, any accrued interest, and any fees, like derelict structure fees that were levied against the property. We did not contemplate negotiating at all. It was made very clear to us that the financial burden itself was the impediment that was creating the problem. So getting back into the community, getting these places cleaned up, and getting the properties turned into the hands of people that can do the cleanups is really the highest priority.
And thank you very much for all the work you've done on one of the examples in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Tigan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mitch, I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to meet before this. I appreciate the work that you're doing on behalf of the community. I guess I would just say to my fellow councilors, and I think we're all on the same page here, is that if this collection of 72 properties owes the city $800,000, I think of all of the people who walk by those houses every day, and you know, that's the picture of their neighborhood, and it's the picture of my neighborhood. It's the neighborhood I live in too. To see those houses just sit there, and when we think about our priorities of a safe and a clean Salem, if we could pay $800,000 to fix 72 derelict properties in a year's time, and I have worries about the timeline, that's great money spent, or it's amazing. It could be an amazing turnover for some of these communities. My question to you, Mitch, is there room if there is a transfer of the property, sometimes the funding, things like that, to even scrape a house to then replace it with something that people can live in would go beyond June of 2026? Do you have some flexibility built in for those situations where there is a transfer of property, there's a clear plan to put it into a new house? So
Absolutely. As soon as the house is scraped off, essentially the property's in compliance. They've met the requirement of removing the blighted structure or the blighted conditions on the property. Once the building permit is issued, it has timelines and approvals of its own. So all they would have to do is apply for a building permit for a replacement structure, and they'd be good for a couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Anyone else?
I take blame for pulling this. I didn't know it was going to be at 10:45 at night, so you just have to forgive me later.
Okay, if there's nothing further, will the recorder please call the roll? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Nichols.
It's a pleasure.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Tigan.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Matthews.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Brown.
Aye.
Counselor Vang.
Aye.
Counselor Nordijk.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. We have no information reports, no ordinances, no first or second readings. We're on to public comment. I'll call 2 names at a time. Please come forward to the podium up on the stage. Or are we going to use this now? Okay, we'll use this now. Evelyn Bross and Lex T. Please announce your name or your ward or your address, rather, for the record.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Evelyn Bross. I'm in Ward 8. I handed you, everyone has one of these proclamations that I, for Epileptic Awareness Month for November. First, I want to introduce you about a little bit about my brain surgery. I had brain surgery for my epilepsy when I was 30 years in my 30s. I had seizure during my brain surgery. The brain surgeon saw my live brain was causing my seizure, so he had to remove 100% my front left temporal lobe brain, which included my memory and the brain behind my eyeball. After my seizure during brain surgery, I was dead on the operating table. The brain surgeon stopped the brain surgery to figure out why I died during the brain surgery. My brain surgeon realized that the airway that allows oxygen to my brain was clogged. The brain surgeon had to unclog the airway in my brain so I could get oxygen to go into my brain so I could come back to life, and I did. I never saw any relatives prior to the brain surgery, but my parents, sister, and her boyfriend were there in the waiting room. My brain surgeon told me he tried to tell my family how serious my brain surgery was, and it was a close call. The brain surgeon told me that my mom told him, I don't care about Evelyn's brain surgery. All I want to know is if she's dead or alive. And 5 days later, I went home, and my mom and her sister picked me up, and my aunt said, we don't hear anything about your brain surgery. All we want, our open heart surgery is first in your brain surgery. And nobody knows how serious my brain surgery is. And I had to deal with it with nobody caring. So I'm presenting to you what my brain surgery is like because nobody in society where I came from knew how serious my brain surgery was all these years. My IQ 2 years after brain surgery was in the 30 percentile. I did an IQ test last winter. My math IQ is 123 percentile. My memory was removed. My memory IQ is 112 percentile. Overall, my IQ is 115 percentile. My IQ has jumped 85 percentile points since 2 years after my brain surgery. Okay, so that's the introduction of my brain surgery and epilepsy. I am here to discuss the proclamation request I emailed you, Mayor Hoy.
Your staff were excited to do the proclamation for Epilepsy Awareness Month for November 2025. You, Mayor, denied my proclamation. I was told you would write something up and send it to me in email. You claimed you had other interesting things for proclamation for November 2025. What a joke. Epilepsy Foundation has Epilepsy Awareness Month for the whole month of November each year. Epilepsy Foundation.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time has expired.
Already?
I'm so sorry. Everyone gets 3 minutes.
Okay, and about the proclamation?
Do you have a question about that?
Yeah, you're denying the proclamation for Epileptic Awareness Month for November.
If you could reach out to Linda Rose in my office, we may be able to find a space in November for that. Could you do that? I think you spoke with her before.
Yeah, and she was excited to have this, and you denied it. You said you just sent.
I apologize. I did not deny it. We simply can only have a maximum of 3 per meeting, and I think we were full for the date that you wanted. So feel free to reach back to the office, okay? And we'll see what we can find. Thank you very much.
Right.
Hi all, I'm Lex, I'm near Ward 5, and I'm here to comment on the initiative that Julie Hoy submitted to make homeless sweeps easier and how it impacts City Council's goals as a whole. And I do appreciate that some councilors and the city manager took the time to assure us that they do want to focus on all of our residents in the safety and livability measure, but I'm a little confused on how you're supposed to do that with a mayor who's apparently committed to doing differently. Because even in your response, Hoy, that supposedly said you're doing this for the betterment of the city and unhoused folks, you're either lying, don't seem to understand what you're petitioning, or willing to simply parrot wrong talking points for your business buddies. How does an initiative that makes anti-camping laws not have to be reasonable not affect sweeps? A law already exists in Salem that bans encampments from building entrances and sidewalks. So why do we need this? You say you want to allow cities to choose their own laws, yet even the League of Oregon Cities didn't agree with that when crafting the House bill. What was the point of the original House bill and every person and organization who gave input? Because taking away these safeguards will make sweeps more common. And for what? Sweeps can cost thousands of dollars per person on each occasion. When cities choose to implement things like fences and surveillance, those costs can easily rise to the tens of thousands of dollars. Even the other petitioners who signed with you, Hoy, commented to reporters that they blamed the sweep laws for increased homelessness, which is ridiculous. Rising house costs are the #1 reason for homeless numbers rising. So there are no benefits to sweeps. They criminalize homelessness, they ruin people's important items, medications, papers, sentimental items, etc. And they make it harder for people to continue to receive the help they have set up. Service providers have reported that after sweeps, they've been unable to reach people who had housing vouchers with their names on them. Maybe part of those 30% the Housing Authority can't reach. So what is the point of getting rid of a statute that says anti-camping laws need to be reasonable? Is the point to be cruel and violent? Do you believe that they deserve this because you've already written these members of our community off? Or again, are you just willing to parrot talking points for donations? And are you willing to ignore the domino effect that this will spur, giving other cities the power to be just as inhumane and the leverage needed to go after our 72-hour notice? Because yeah, we've also noticed how you and your business buddies haven't answered any questions on that either. So, do you think that simply removing our unhoused neighbors means that they're not your problem? That as long as you don't have to see them, it's okay? Because I want to remind you that unhoused neighbors are part of our community, that our society has failed them, not the other way around, and that it is up to us to create a city that is safe for every single person, not just those who own businesses and are willing to write people off with less than. And finally, to the City Council, this petition goes directly against what Hoy said she's been working with all of you here. In fact, it goes against some of her own words. I do find it a little hard to believe that you can stand up to that when you couldn't realize the problem in accepting private funds for the 5A agenda today. So how will you stay committed to all of Salem as Hoy continues to move against what the City Council tries to do? The least you can do is be vocal and work against this petition. Show us that you care about everyone in our community, not just businesses willing to donate to campaigns.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we have Bree Peterson. Oh, we need to add more time. Councilor Nishioka.
I'll move us to 11:10.
Second.
We might need 11:20.
I'll move to 11:30.
Second.
A motion and a second by Matthews to extend to 11:30. Next up on the roster is, let's please call the roll.
Counselor Tigan?
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka?
Aye.
Counselor Matthews?
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn? Aye. Counselor Brown?
Aye.
Counselor Vang?
Aye.
Counselor Nordike?
Aye.
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes. Next on the agenda, or on the list, is Bree Peterson and Jesse Pion. Bree's gone. Moving on, Jesse Pion and Alan Roche.
Check. It works. Well, first I want to start by saying thank you guys for your service and for these long meetings, and sorry if I butcher anything as it is past my bedtime. So here we go. So I heard a lot of times tonight from many of you and from many folks within our community a desire for us to come together and a desire for us to be able to make progress and move forward. So I have a proposal that might sound a little wild at first, but you got to hear me out. So I've often heard from a lot of different investors of people trying to move into town or convince people to come invest in Salem. The big pitch is Salem is the gateway to Oregon, right? They say Salem, we're an hour away from Portland, an hour away from the coast, an hour away from the mountains, and an hour away from Eugene. But if you take another 20 seconds to really think about what that means, is a gateway is somewhere you go through to get where you really want to go. It's not somewhere that you want to stay or be. And I think that we can be better than that. I think Salem could be the destination. We can be the bride, not the bridesmaid, if we choose to be. And I know there's a lot of important issues that we got to deal with. We got to deal with homelessness. We got to deal with, crime. We got to deal with the economy. We got to deal with education. There's all these different issues. There's these same issues that were here when I got into public office 90 years ago, that were here probably 9 years before that, and they're going to continue to be here 90 years from now. And so what I think is going to be, my proposal is that we turn Salem into the city of music and murals. Now, I'm not reinventing the wheel. Boise did this with Freak Alley, that once was an abandoned, gross-looking alley that they turned into the second most visited destination in the state of Idaho. And all they did is they painted some murals on some walls. And they paid some artists to do it, so it got everybody involved and it brought the city together. And my recommendation is we started a petition just to get some folks behind the idea. I'm working to get bartenders, artists, local restaurants behind the idea right now. And my only ask to you guys is you guys would also, sign and support this in any way that you can. So the first part is the murals. That's painting murals in the downtown region, in the alleyway, or on the giant buildings where they're big and blank and ugly. And the second part of this is music. And nothing brings people together better than music. So my proposal is 3 nights a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, 3 artists, 3 different locations in the downtown corridor. And what this could do, and there's a lot of research shows that when people stop by and visit a city, they spend about $38 a person. So essentially what we'd be doing is make Salem into one of the coolest cities in the state of Oregon, a great place to visit, and a place that people who live here want to stay. And so my time is up, but thank you guys, and have a good night.
Next up is Alan Roche. Yep. Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you for your testimony, and I would encourage you to reach out to the Salem Public Arts Commission and speak to them. Thank you.
Councilor
Thank
Vang.
you. Thank you for your public comment, but I didn't catch what your name was, or actually, just kidding, what ward you were from. Oh, thank you.
Good
Okay.
evening.
Alan Roche and then Manny Martinez.
Yeah. My name is Alan Roche, Ward 4. I want to start off by I want to thank each and every one of you. You all decided to run for office, which means your life has become public, and you're a target for everyone. And the bottom line is, anybody thinks they can appease everybody is a fool, And to come over here and attack because somebody that is not in a line with you is silly. We get nowhere with that. This country was brought together by differences of opinions for the common good, so everybody had a voice. That voice wasn't to condemn each other, but to actually edify and lift up the community, which I believe this council, with the diversity that's all sitting here, is doing that for Salem. And it's hard to sit here and listen to people with their opinions about homelessness and not doing enough for them, and then when somebody else speaks, they talk over them. Respect is a foundation for moving forward, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I've met a few of you personally, and I make an effort to meet more of you every time I come, but like I said, I just wanted to come up here and just commend each and every one of you. I know it's been tough, you know, bring a group of people together that haven't walked life together, but your communities is why you're here. You are connected to your community and your wards and with the city. That's why you were elected. And despite of public opinion, some public opinions, that's exactly what's going on. You're representing your ward and your community. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate all of you.
Thank you for your testimony. Manny Martinez and Jackie Roche.
Good evening. My name is Manny Martinez, and I live in Ward 2. I'd like to speak with you about addiction and homelessness. I've shared with you in the past that I'm a recovering alcoholic with over 6 years of sobriety, and I'm an extreme case. In the last year of my drinking, I'd wake up every day coughing up blood. If it was a little bit of blood, I would say, oh, it's only a little bit of blood. I can drink today. If it was a lot of blood, I'd say, if I stop drinking cold turkey, I might die from the withdrawals, so I better drink. That's the insanity of addiction. The addict will rationalize and justify any behavior, no matter how destructive or even life-threatening, in order to enable their addiction. I desperately wanted to stop drinking for years before I finally hit bottom. But every time the thought of getting sober started to creep in, I was confronted by the horrible truth of how badly I had destroyed my own life as a result of my addiction. When I would think about the reality of what it would take to embrace sobriety, turn my life around, and take personal responsibility for my situation, it was too overwhelming, and I would instead choose to drink for at least one more day. This is where a significant portion of our homeless community find themselves, and this is where we find ourselves as a city. We must face the difficult truth of our current situation. But far too often, when we, the people of Salem, voice our concerns about the wreckage that is caused by the drug-addicted element of the homeless community, we are basically shamed into silence. But on behalf of thousands of decent, fair-minded people of Salem, I'm here to tell you that we're done. We're done being told that we lack kindness and compassion. We're done being told that we're done being gaslit into believing that this issue is not the emergency that it so clearly is. We're done being told that our perceptions are off. We're done being told that the problem is too complicated to solve. We're done. And now we demand a long-term solution to this problem instead of enabling it. As I've said before, for the single mom with kids who's escaping her abuser or the elderly grandma that has nowhere else to go, housing first makes sense. But for those suffering from addiction, we must have a shelter-first, housing-earned model. The shelters must require strict accountability in order to encourage recovery. And once the proper resources and shelters are in place, we must have a total ban on public camping. As a city, we must recognize the reality that I was confronted with over 6 years ago. Either you face the truth and begin the long, difficult road of recovery, or you will continue to suffer a slow, agonizing death. The good news is that recovery is possible, but only when you embrace the truth. And thank you for being here so long to hear all of our testimonies. We're all tired. I know I am. But thank you for being here and hearing me. Thank you.
Okay, Jackie Roche and then Kathleen Treppa.
Hello, Jackie Roche, Ward 4. Thank you. I need help occasionally. I'll make this quick. I'm sure all of you remember sitting through very long city council meetings where we had a lot of people come up here during the section where it had the on-agenda items. However, including last time, including Some other times in the recent history, a lot of people came up here and gave public comment on things that were not on the agenda. And I wanted, just as a citizen who has testified a couple of times or done public comment a couple of times, and including tonight at 5 hours and 6 minutes, I only think it's right. I don't know how you do it or how you interrupt them and say you're going to have to wait to go till the end because that is not on the agenda. I just think that is respectful to every single person who has sat here and waited the entire time. So I just want to raise that up because it's probably going to be pretty contentious until May. So I just wanted to bring that up as a citizen, asking that of all of you guys. The other part was also, I'm asking a question. Is the reason you put these here so there was not distraction for the camera, the no seating? Do you guys know why that's there?
Hi there, my name is Courtney Knox-Bush and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer here in Salem. These actually have been requested by people that are providing testimony, that there be more berth around the podium where the testimony is occurring.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
My reason I was asking that is sometimes when I am watching public comment, because I can't always be here and I'm on, online, it can be extremely distracting for someone to share their point of view, either side, either point of view, with all of these signs in the background. If there's people right here as I'm trying to, for example, just because well, I won't give that example. If I'm trying to give a point of view that is contrary to somebody right behind me, I don't feel like I, as a citizen, am able to share my point of view without it being constantly persuaded and distracted. I don't feel like it's undistracted comment that I can give to people online in the recording because it's disrespectful to my point of view with everyone behind me being, or whatever the emotions they want to make. So that's just some observations I've had from coming regularly, from watching online. You guys do a great job. I mimic everything they said as far as being here and doing this for us. So I don't know, I would just want to share from my perspective. Thank you.
Kathleen Treppa.
Yes, thank you very much. Kathleen Treppa, Ward 7. I have several comments. One, I'm not quite sure how you approved and directed staff to implement a local procurement pilot program that was developed by Councilor Matthews working directly with staff when that item was actually not on the agenda. What was on the agenda was an information item only for staff to present an overview of the procurement program. So you may want to reconsider that and have that come back to the City Council so that the City Council knows what they voted on and the public knows what the pilot program entails. It wasn't on the agenda. I would also like to follow up with Councilor Brown in your comments during the October 13th meeting during the council discussion on safety. There are a lot of comments about perception of safety. I didn't quite understand where you were going with that. But what you did say several times is that there were zombies walking around Northeast Salem between 1 and 2 a.m. And I'm assuming you were referring to drug addicts. With all due respect, I disagree with that characterization. As someone who has spent a fair amount of time driving around the city in the wee hours of the morning, for a year I was domestic violence emergency response volunteer, and I was on call most Sunday nights from 5 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. in the morning. I've spent a lot of time driving around the city. I find the city to be eerily quiet, actually in the middle of the night. Northeast Salem was no exception. I would randomly see people on the sidewalks. Certainly during rainy weather, you would find people congregated under the overpasses because they're trying to get out of the rain. But I would not describe any of the random folks that I see walking around the city at night at 1 and 2 in the morning as being drug-addled and zombies. On a separate note, also related to the council agenda, for the people who are preparing the council agenda.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
This is a time to comment on items other than on tonight's agenda. All your comments so far have been about agenda items, so if you have comments regarding items that are not on tonight's agenda, please make them.
I'm following up. Excuse me, with all due respect, my comments to Councilor Brown were from the last meeting, which were not on the agenda this evening.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And then for the people who were preparing the council agenda, I am disappointed that there hasn't been a proclamation recognizing the 250th founding of the U.S. Navy on October 13th, 1775. And as a reminder, the U.S. Marine Corps 250th birthday is November 10th. I bring this up because the proclamation recognizing the 250th anniversary of the Army's establishment last June coincided with Trump's birthday parade, which felt like a bit of performative politics. And as a former Marine Corps wife who went through 5 deployments, including Desert Storm, I think that there are plenty of Navy and Marine Corps vets, service personnel, and families who would appreciate being recognized for their contributions and sacrifices defending this country. If you recognize only one service and not the others, then to me that proclamation as a statement of patriotic gratitude rings a little bit hollow and sounds more like a dog whistle. Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing further, we're adjourned.